Hello. What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Hello, 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 hello. How goes it, everybody? Hello. How you doing? I am sorry I was late. I had to take care of the animals. Took a little longer than I thought. I'm not gonna rush my animals. You know what I mean? Can't be. Can't be. Gotta be a good pet owner. Weird no intro music. Just silence. Just silence in the air. Anyway, we got the Amber Heard trial again today. It's already started.
He was like this just throughout the day.
What is
off
this?
And on, and then he would take Adderall, and he'd be really animated and ready to go, and then it would be
Is that a Snuggie?
this again, and it was so erratic and so it changed so quickly, and I naively now really did not understand what was going on. I deeply cared about
Dating a drug addict
this
is
human's
awful,
well-being.
that's why. Yeah, but that's not what we're here to
Oxycodone.
Trial's been going for 2 hours. Has it?
Yes, when he finished filming, the
Jeez.
plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And
Did it start early today?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we left. We were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8th through the 18th,
We can go over what I missed during the
more
break.
or less.
And we've heard some testimony.
You're just
about
late?
this,
I
but
only
can
went
you
live at
please
like
describe
8:30
to the
yesterday,
jury
and I
what
saw her
took
come
place
on.
during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014.
It was, for the first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse.
Lots of hearsay today.
and then
Dude,
later
I
nurse
love
and
hearsay.
doctor were staying on a different part of the
Thanks for
island.
the membership. Insidious, Bride, TARDIS
A
Junkie.
few minutes drive
Jacob
by
Gatlin.
ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by
All
one of those
rise for the
ATV
Honorable
vehicles.
Judge Wig.
But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first.
You may be seated.
And then the behavior, then it just
You're supposed
really
to Ludwig
wasn't
7
okay.
back, chat.
It was up, down. He'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot, and then he wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And it was just
you
like that.
see-
It was just up.
Look at
Like
Johnny's
Johnny.
face. Look at Johnny's face right here.
Wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And it was just like that. It was just up, down, mood, and it was like I felt like I constantly was catering to the mood.
Alcohol's and
whatever he was going through at the
ambrosia,
time, I was
right?
just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his blood pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about
Aphrodisiac.
delivering the meds,
Yeah.
giving him his meds at a certain time.
Ambrosia is what gods
take
drink
care of him.
in
And,
Greek god
a few
lore.
days in, I guess the effects of the detox really started to change, and it went from this erratic behavior, up and down, to just really down or mad. He would burst into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table. I walked away from it. At
No,
the
I know that
table.
from
I crossed
Percy
the table in a certain
Jackson.
way, and he screamed at me about that.
Not
tried to
Hades.
overturn this table. Luckily, it was bolted down to the deck, but I remember him shaking it and screaming. And at a different point, he was really calm and sweet and thanking me. And then another, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him.
I like how
And I was
Ludwig switched
trying
from Twitch to
remind him
YouTube,
how
yet
much
here we
he
are
wanted
watching
that,
Twitch.
How much he had told me he wanted that. How much he
Bitch.
was reminding him. He told me all the time I
What's up?
saved his life and he wouldn't be doing this without me.
All these streamers watching
I was telling
YouTube
him
today.
these things, and I was at one point in our conversations, I told him about how
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Please try to continue without what you said, please.
I said something to him, and he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face.
What's weird is you
And
don't
he did
remember what
it,
you said
like,
to him.
crying. It was the weirdest thing. Just crying, saying no woman had ever embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And
I feel like you don't have to gender who embarrasses you.
felt bad. I feel bad. Still feel bad. But
You're drinking a lot of tea? Okay.
Embarrassed. That's not
Fuck
what
off,
I wanted
dude.
To do.
My one cup.
It just was over my
I'm
head. I don't know how to
detoxing.
detox someone. I don't know how to help them through that, and I shouldn't have been there. I don't.
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to, and I didn't know that was a phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why.
Cry
anyone-
counter? Look, all I'm saying is if you
don't
throw up
know
a
why
cry
the
counter
doc-
and then you
doctors and
find
nurses
out
didn't tell me
that
not to. I didn't-
she's telling the truth about everything,
I had no idea. It's
not funny.
What it was going to look like or be like, and it was hell.
a very bold move to
We're
put
on
up a
an
cry
island.
counter.
I'm trying to take care of him.
I'm
and
trying to
he's
stay
hallucinating,
open-minded
and-
here.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. Screaming at me for things that I said when I didn't say any. I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
what's it for?
It's just telling the context of,
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Damn.
please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observations were.
You're not allowed to say what you said?
He was accusing me of having
Thank you, Berg.
a man in the house with me.
Bug me
We
bunny
were
for
in
the
a
sub.
single, in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me and then yell at someone else. It wasn't there.
It's crazy
And I
Johnny
tried
Depp,
to
multi-millionaire movie star,
Asked for
gets
what
jealous
I should
and
do.
insecure.
I didn't know what to do. It was terrifying and strange.
James Franco hiding on the ceiling.
The whole
He's
week
between a couple rocks, actually.
was-
So after you left Bahamas and finished with the detox there,
He's human.
Where did you
He
go
has a
from
yacht
there?
and buys a helicopter to get off it. He's like half human.
We, meaning Debbie Lloyd, Dr. Kipper, and I and Johnny, we flew back to LA.
Yum.
And he was going back and forth between
Yum.
saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be
Because it's hearsay.
probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel. Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA, and I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So Michelle, can you pull up 272, please?
Why don't we call guy friends boyfriends?
And after you both returned to LA, did Mr. Depp communicate with you by text while you were apart, while he was finishing?
Thank you, Harry Crespin, for the 47-second
yes, he
sub
did.
that you did
Your Honor, I'd like to
47
move
seconds
the
ago.
admission of 272.
Any
Defendant's
objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message. Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Right.
It's just present sense of impression, but I'm understanding Your Honor's rulings on that. So can we redact that second?
I don't know how I would be in this spot and go home and not look up what people are saying online. Isn't that what she's supposed to do? Not look up what people are saying online and stuff? No research on the case? It's got to be all over her For You page, is all I'm saying.
Objection 272 redacted.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 272 is in evidence, and we will publish.
I don't know how you couldn't.
And Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272.
Just the jury?
and
When she's on the
this
stand,
is
she has
on
to.
August 20, 2014. It's a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Just to let you
And
know that I'm
just
fine,
so
my
that
angel.
we
I miss
can
you, of course,
highlight
but this
here.
is the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life.
He's calling you,
Yours,
he says, just
Steve.
to let you know that I'm fine, my angel, I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. You see that?
I do.
So what, if any, expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you, ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that line?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just got a note to that effect, so.
Okay, so 272 is in evidence without, you can clear the redaction and publish it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
My apologies on that one, Your Honor.
Yikes! Does the judge weigh that in?
All right.
In all her decisions, how bad the people have been?
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the question was?
Yes,
That's fair.
that's fair. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about that you were torturing him on the island and he didn't want you there?
Very confusing for me to hear that. Because
I can't live without you. You're my everything. There are no words. I just want you to be okay and happy. I love you
even
more than
though
anything.
he was hallucinating and angry at me at various moments when he would have these kind of episodes, I did nothing but try to take care of him. I'm not a nurse. I did my best to support him. And he thanked me. He thanked my mom. He thanked my dad. And told me, of course, I saved his life.
So Steve is,
that
I think Steve is Johnny
he being able to
Depp,
make this
but
change would help
secret.
me. And that this process was horrible and hard on him and us and me.
The mic sounds
But that
worse
he was
today.
so thankful that I was there for him.
Sad that you go.
Okay, we can take this down now, Michelle, thank you. And I'm going to take you up to September, October of 2014. Do you remember filming Magic Mike 2 in that time frame?
Yes, I do.
Nothing but
And
the
what, if
hits,
any
huh?
connections did you have with
Magic
Mr.
Mike 2,
Depp in
baby. Love
time
that.
frame?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role. He told me he would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
He reluctantly kind of agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time. I wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing. No kissing scenes. No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in
That's not even
October
Magic Mike anymore.
2014 in Georgia, while he finished his movie in London, and then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia and was there for my last day or two of filming.
Georgia, big movie filming state.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310.
Chat, you can totally lean Johnny Depp's side, but some of the things you're saying about Amber Heard are just dumb and
Do you have
irrelevant.
communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning?
Someone in
for
chat's like,
another
I don't even
role
think she's pretty.
in this time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit.
I don't
It's
even
hearsay.
think it. I don't care what anyone says.
I'm not sure who's in the.
I don't like a single movie she's been in ever.
It is text exchange, Your Honor.
That's how much I like Johnny Depp.
But the green is Mr. Depp. And
She's mid. That's fine. Hisoka, post a picture of yourself.
the one I'm most focused on is on the second page,
Look,
Your Honor, the top.
just post a pic of yourself, Hisoka.
Yes.
You got 20 minutes. If not, I gotta ban you.
All right, so just that text?
Based on Your Honor's
You don't have to
rulings,
say
yes.
she's pretty. You don't
Any
gotta say
objection to
she's
that
ugly.
text?
No,
You
thank
just
you,
don't gotta
Your Honor.
comment on
Get that
people's looks.
redacted.
It's irrelevant. And what if you did think she was
While
hot?
it's being redacted,
Well, maybe then it's
against
okay
you,
if she does a bit of
what, if any,
abusing, just a little bit, because she's hot
anything was
now.
Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame, we're talking in November 2014, about you not working anymore or not taking on any more work or auditioning?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
They're all the
I'm
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working.
Cringewig? Bro, you can go watch Asmund Gold
My
and,
job, and I
say,
needed
what
to
a
eventually
an ugly
job that I needed
bitch!
to work on, and
I just think you're
he
cringe,
was
so I'm gonna
furious
call it
at
out.
me he found we call them sides. They're just pieces of an audition, pages, and he found something that had been sent to me to consider auditioning for, and
I'm
he
detoxing.
blew up at me for yeah, I think he's
It's a diss at Asmund's
he said
chat
to
that
me
has
is
100,000
I
people, yeah?
didn't tell him that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it, and was furious at me. I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that time that I did I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
I'm going to ask you now to take a look at what is Defendant's Exhibit 310. Do you recognize this email from Mr. Depp?
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission
It's
of...
in evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's evidence
Thank
with
you.
redactions, so I published it.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing for having an audition.
Thank
Just
you.
my take. It's
All
okay
right,
to
now,
call an abuser
I'm gonna
ugly.
Stay in November.
My problem
of
is if you think she's pretty, then what? Like, is that better? Saying she's ugly as an insult implies that if she was pretty, you'd be okay. That's where I think it's weird.
Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you were not going to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working.
Well, Johnny said this to me in an argument, in a fit of rage is the best way I can describe it, and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is is preposterous. There's no way I would agree to that.
Golly gee, it's preposterous.
Although I did make concessions and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor.
fights.
Hearsay.
That wasn't,
Overruled.
thank you.
Damn.
Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect. Furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted, one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in development with a sci-fi writer. And I remember I wanted to take that. These things were just, they were just constant fights. But in between them, when things were good between Johnny and I, he would be...
They were so good. They're so good.
You know,
knew me more
he
than
would
anyone.
word it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You know, you say that you don't want to be objectified. You're doing it to yourself. You know, but at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood,
Facilious thing with the membership.
the entertainment industry was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. You know, I believed it. I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because Johnny, you know, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually found myself making decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room.
She got an Amish fit on today.
And I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
We attempted to.
She looks like she
had
soaked.
stopped seeing my therapist at the in 2014. I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Eventually, Dr. Kipper introduced me to his
Dr.
close friend,
Kipper.
Dr. Cowan.
Caroline, thank you.
And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who had become my physician as well. He also put a nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who reported everything to Johnny.
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
There you go. We got to check objections
So
after the
tell us
break.
about the couples
Over
therapy
under
in
50%
November
objection
2014.
rate.
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with Kipper, who's treating me, agreed to see Johnny and I together. And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out, knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the door.
All right, so I'm going to take you up to December of 2014, and specifically December 17, 2014. And I'm going to ask you to take what, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer.
Clive Barker.
I kind of had a dream project based on a book that I loved of this author. He's just a weirdo genius, artist, writer. And I had a meeting with him through another director about a piece of property he wanted to make into a movie.
He wrote Hellraiser.
And
I don't know what that book is, but he wrote it.
I just remember I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014 when Johnny found out that I had this meeting scheduled, and
I've never seen Hellraiser.
furious
Reddit.
at me, accused me of having this plan to sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and not able to leave his bed or his home. He was under home care and very ill. And the person who was introducing us explained to me how we had to meet, and I did. And that was a big problem for Johnny. At first, it was that he
is still
was
alive,
concerned about my safety, and I thought that was
so that's good.
sweet. And you know, there is something that I thought was sweet and romantic about that, but combined with the drinking, it was not very long before I was being accused of full on having this other plan to sleep with the
How is
writer
none of this
in
hearsay?
order to get this part that I was already being, basically offered to develop. And
She's allowed to talk about what he said. Only him.
He switched from me he was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me, then with this writer, and the important thing I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, not accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Until, of course, he takes it too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves, which was the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal with my face the next day. He would just go. I called it splitting. He just split. And
That's a term that exists, I think.
eventually I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye.
No, she just made it up,
And in many
smiley
ways,
face.
I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of false pretense, because I too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with this sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was this slut he said I was all the time. I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said, and that he was,
I think he was
acting
insecure.
this way because he was messed
You
up.
both kind of emotionally cheated on your SOs on the
cycle would
filming of
repeat,
the
I
Rum
suppose.
Diary in 2009.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
Yes.
Your
is
SO
the
goes
answer
to
your
film a
question.
movie?
I don't really remember
There's a
what happened
chance,
in
man.
that fight. I remember
They cheat.
more afterwards. I remember how apologetic he was for it. I remember him telling me he took it too far. I remember him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to Christmas. Christmases are hard, probably for everyone. And I remember it was close enough to Christmas that I was tired. And I wanted to be in a I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state for Christmas. I didn't want to go through a breakup at this time. I didn't want to,
It is crazy you got married after this. That is
that's
crazy.
what I remember of that time.
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321, Michelle. And this is on 12/17/2014. Is this a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's 321.
Any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, just a quick minute.
Oh, this is after? Never mind then.
Your Honor, no objection.
All right, 321 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Amber, I'm just going to turn your attention to this. This is an email
E-bottle.
exchange between you and Mr. Depp, and he says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart, and I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage. Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent, Megan.
Steve is Johnny Depp.
That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325, defendants 325, please.
Steve. Who's going to play Amber Heard and Johnny Depp in the docudrama they make in 10 years?
And this is an email exchange
Amber
the
Heard and Johnny
following day,
Depp.
12/18,
But reverse
2014.
roles.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in. Oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
The Rock and Kevin Martin.
It's already in,
It's
so.
been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, we're making sure.
Ours indicates it is. It's in.
It's in evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor.
It was redacted. I don't know what
Well,
it was redacted to.
The redactions don't.
Approach a
Is
bench.
that's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy? We can check. We'll check our copy.
Thank you.
Watch X. He just went live. I'll watch him after. After they come back from break.
It's fine, Your Honor. We've confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not annoying the judge seems like half of being a lawyer.
All right. It can be published.
Feels hard to win a case if you annoy the judge.
You can't see it on your screen? All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share it there. Oh, got it? Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says, it's a way, I've let it go too far.
He
went
does message
too
like
far.
a boomer with the
You see
exclamation
that?
points.
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to as shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank is shrink.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning of psychologist, therapist, shrink.
Okay.
Shrank.
I'm sorry for being less for your disappointment in me. For my behavior,
Faded,
I'm a
shrank.
fucking savage. You see that?
Yes.
Right. Gonna lose that.
This
The
marriage
devil
turned
is
me
all
to
around,
a
right?
savage.
Now, you respond to this, and of course, before you go there, and he says,
Okay, hold up. I love you far too much. Heinous slinging insults like we do. It is not anything that I'm particularly proud of to participate in because motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl. Okay, this is a crazy sentence. And I regret giving it life. ... Because ... Motherfucker ... How when we fight, comma little girl. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. What the hell is that? How do we end up on the very edge of precipice? That's redundant. And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment. And it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you.
I am well aware I should have been bigger at the moment and that it will never again. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you, I miss you already, correct?
That's right.
Right. And what, if anything, is that consistent with the cycle that you have described?
Well,
what is
the
neurotonin?
language he used after particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. And so we ended up both calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite.
Ugh.
And this is typical of the apologies that I would
Johnny
get,
Depp was born 20 years later, he would tweet out song lyrics
when
all the
he took
time
it
when
too
he was
far,
sad.
Physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me. Physically, I mean. So after this, I had a visible bruise. I don't remember where, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said, so. Anyway.
Yeah, you could have just said, I remembered, because they told
and
me.
In these fights, would try to stand up for myself by December 2014. I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I tried to hit his hands away. I tried to always get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried. And worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both got into that pattern. It was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, It felt like nothing I could do, felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns, felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing. So, I tried for over a year, maybe two, of just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. The police were called several times, but I tried to do everything. I even threatened to leave him.
Thank you for the membership, Marciella.
Tried to leave him, and nothing was working. And I think by this point in our relationship, we're both saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other, and unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I'll also describe it.
This might be a good time for the lunch break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time until 2 o'clock.
Lunch
Please do
break.
not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
All right, I got to see all the stuff I missed today. I got to see all the stuff I missed because I was 2 hours late. Is this it? No, there's no way that's it. That's from yesterday.
All right. And again, ma'am, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay? All right, thank you. So 2 o'clock? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dude, I just feel like, look, maybe I'm just dumb. I believe everything anyone says. But she seems so hell-bent on getting footage, and there's a lot of clips of her secretly recording without Johnny Depp's information. But all the information that was recorded makes her look like much worse of a partner. And rarely him. So when they're both up there and they're like, yeah, it was abusive. It's like, damn, you were the one that was hell-bent on getting all that footy, but all the footage makes you look worse. Because even like the text that they're showing for evidence, it's like, I/we need to stop being crazy because I don't like when I get mad. Or when ... you get mad! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Special hour of For the Record here on
Okay, chill out, bro. Chill out. When I get knocked down, I get up again. Girls trip, girls trip, girls trip.
Girls trip with the ladies.
Say hi to chat, guys. Happy girls trip. Yeah.
Girls trip with the ladies. Trip with the ladies. What a dumb thumbnail for the yard. What do you mean it's fire? Phil Hellmuth pocketed an ace. Everybody knows it. Nobody's talking about it because they're all too scared. Amber Heard. Amber Heard. Amber Heard pooped. No, that's okay. I just want like a little... Amber Heard mocks Johnny Depp for proposing without a ring.
So you talked about still reading scripts and things. What, if anything, did you do differently in terms of pursuing your acting career?
Well, I've always been really... I've always been really independent, you know, and I've never imagined not working. I've worked from the earliest time I can imagine. I come from, you know, parents who worked until they literally couldn't anymore. You know, I never imagined myself having to explain my job or justify my job, but I did, you know, and I am independent, and I see myself as independent and strong-willed, and I had to bargain. Every time I'd get a script, it would be, you know, I thought you weren't taking another job. I'd always say, are you kidding me? That's crazy.
Rings are overrated. Get your girl a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Disc.
When I moved out to LA,
Zebra, thank you for the membership.
I did a check for, you know, a gig, $600 or something. I'd save half for me, send half to my family. You know, I kept having to justify taking work by saying, I'm supporting my parents, you know, I'm supporting my sister, I'm supporting my family, I have to work. And he would say, you don't have to work, kid, let me take care of you, my woman doesn't have to work. And that sounds really sweet and really romantic in some way, but it became a real fight. You know, every time I got a script, it was what kind of, you know, how I was dressing, what kind of behavior I'd have, how did I have a sex scene?
It sounds like they
saying,
were
no, I
20
won't
years
take the
apart
sex
from each
scenes,
other.
Or, you know, I'll take the part where I don't play, you know, that kind of character. Or then I started minimizing the kinds of kissing scenes that I had, and eventually I had to change the wardrobe that I could have in the movie. I couldn't have a sex scene, but that all, you know, it didn't happen all at once, of course.
I don't know what I would do all day if I didn't work. I think I'd be way more existential if I wasn't at my job all day. Watch anime? No, then you get more existential. Chat, I'm literally working right now. Okay, can you stop? Can you stop capping? I am doing my job right now, and you guys are disrespecting me at my place of work. Okay? You think I go to your place of work and spit on your shoes?
It was little thing after little thing after little thing, and eventually I found myself pushing as many scripts off my desk as I could, picking the ones that had minimal makeup, dressed as conservative as possible, finding ways to minimize the scenes I had where I had a romantic involvement of any kind. It was a constant battle and negotiation.
So let me take you back.
Damn, dude. If you go to her Wikipedia, this trial is literally a larger paragraph than her as an actor in Human. That's crazy. That blurb is bigger, dude. Oh my God. Jeez. How many acting roles did she do is what I came to check, though. I mean, she acted a good chunk, right? This is 20. So 2009. 2011, she met Johnny Depp. They started hooking up. And then they started dating. And then they got married here. I mean, she dropped a few movies, you know. But I guess there is a gap. Nothing 2016. You hate that. Hate missing a year, you know. She's in Top Gear in episode 16.5. She's on the Cleveland Show. This is the Cleveland Show.
Back, did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in, did there come a time that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please, and let me ask you this. You've talked about penthouse, we've heard a little bit about penthouse appointments and
Josh
suites.
Vander, thinking of membership. Maddie, thinking of membership.
The jury, the different places that Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this.
It's a little confusing.
I could do Geoguessr around.
He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions in this beautiful, like, you know, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. And they were all on a cul-de-sac. And we called it Sweetser, because that was the name of this street. And there 5 houses, I think 5 houses, it could be 4, all, you know, effectively, he had the whole street.
That's my
Then he had
dream,
about
dude.
5 penthouses downtown on the same floor of the Eastern Columbia building, which you've heard about, the ECB. And Sweetser was, you know, Johnny's kingdom. One of those houses was like a whole house was his man cave. It was a studio, and it was where he made music and hung out. And we spent some time in there, but that was effectively Johnny's, you know, place. And then there was the downtown places, and they were effectively empty save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met, and he lived there at some point before Johnny
How
and
much
I
money does Johnny
eventually
Depp have?
decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses or are we talking about Sweetser? For where
Isaac lived in the penthouses.
Okay.
The rest of them were pretty much empty. And my best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to, went through a breakup, and he very kindly insisted on moving her into this penthouse. And of course, she said no for the first few times, but he insisted and said they were empty, and he would love to have her move down there. And he very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
Yeah, okay. Rocky Pennington. But the problem is, it's like 30, 45 minutes from West Hollywood, where
This
my
ain't
place
live,
was,
no.
which we call Orange.
But I got clickbaited because it says Amber Heard mocks Johnny Depp for proposing without a ring, and I'm trying to find out where.
At the time.
Okay. So when did you move into the penthouses?
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend, into the penthouse. So she was in one of these empty-ish apartments, and somewhere around that time, I think it took me some time, actually, but after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous, to be honest. But we were in this relationship that was very serious, and we were constantly traveling. Also, as another part of it, is we were in LA for a matter of days or weeks. I'd go do a job, he'd go do a job, I'd come back for a photo shoot or a red carpet, go on a location, go visit him on a location. There was
Sorry, 1 second.
an incredible amount of travel and movement.
Bro, you're yawning
so we
at
weren't
work?
really, again, living the day-to-day that you might normally with a partner you know, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home. We didn't have that. It was
I need to order a coffee.
Okay.
very different.
I'm going to take you to September of 2013. What were you filming at that time? London Fields?
Leading?
Yes, that's right.
Leading?
I was filming
Objection?
London Fields. I just started.
All right. And did there come a time that you became engaged to Mr. Depp?
Well, yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean, every time, every scene that involved sexuality or romance was like, I'd look at that on the page and it felt like a.
First thought he
I'd feel
was
my
late to
gut
work, then he
tighten
sleeps at
because
work.
I knew it was going to be an issue. But Johnny dropped me off. I gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing in my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything. I shared my script with his team, and the fighting eventually kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job. And Johnny had to go to London, I think, for some pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part in.
Tell me about the wedding ring.
It was called, I think this was Into the Woods, is my best guess. So he dropped me off in London, and when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days at this hotel that we first, you know, consummated our relationship in, you know, as when we were on the London press tour, and our relationship developed. That was the same hotel, and we were in this same room, which is Johnny liked to be in the same room. And it was really sweet. He got down on one knee and said, I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl. I want you to be the rest of my life. Say yes to me. He said he wanted to spend every day. He promised me that every day when I woke up, that I would wake up and he would make me smile at least once. And that would be his goal. And, you know, I looked into his eyes and I saw my future.
Where's the mocking?
Hope, you know, like blind hope. So in love. It was one of the most, I can't describe that kind of joy, you know. I thought, you know, if we were married, then this is real. This is real. This isn't a thing of, this isn't
Happy
chaotic.
birthday to your girlfriend,
this will
Shannon.
Change. You know, I had
Oh, I shouldn't do it with this in the background.
so much hope in that moment. And I just said to him over and over again, are you serious? Are you real? Are you serious? Are you sure? Because he didn't have a ring. So I thought, is this an impulse thing? You know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive. And he said over and over again, be my woman forever. I want you
I
to
got
be my
fucking
wife,
clickbaited
my
by Fox
wife, my
News.
wife. I
I
course
can't
cried.
believe I just got clickbaited by Fox
We had
News.
a wonderful evening, and he left shortly after, and I was like, the next day I had to go to work, and I couldn't tell anyone, and I wasn't sure. Part of me was worried that he didn't mean it, or you know, or that he wasn't sure. You know, I just didn't want it to be an impulse thing, so I didn't want to mention it. I want to bring it up. I didn't.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Johnny Depp's lawyers to cross-examine in a way. I think that'll be very interesting. This probably seems Western, very flat, but also mountainous, but snowy. So, I don't know, maybe like here? Like Idaho, Utah. This is not Canada. Canada could not be a worse guess. The reason this isn't Canada is because it's America. You're pretty close. All right, hold up. Let me get the overlay on screen so that nobody's like, where's the trial? Trial resumes. There it is. Bang. Transit Schaffhausen. Transit Schaffhausen. What a car! Schaffhausen Transit. Damn it! Okay, that was a little unlucky. That was a little unlucky, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm thinking Vienna, Austria. What is 11 PT in normal time? Bro, time zones are like just standard, so you can just Google that. Spot on. Easy clap. Easy. This is too easy, man. I got them sweating. I got them nervous. I got them slowing down a bit. Northern Hemisphere, driving on the right side of the road. What the heck? Okay, musical artists. I'm getting island feelings. I think I'm an island boy. Pretty sure that sign tells me exactly where we are. Unfortunately, zero ability to read it. It's somewhere in Europe. Spain? Ah. I don't even know where this is, genuinely. What are those islands? The Canary Islands? It's Açores, a Portugal island. Açores? You know, I was right. It was a European place and an island. I just didn't know what island. But hey, we won. Easy 8 points. Kibble, thank you for the membership. And happy birthday to Lundbach's girlfriend, Shannon. It's pronounced Azores. 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 Get me involved. Smart City, Malta. Smart City, Malta. Malta Post Office. I'm leaning Malta. Turns out it was Malta. Easy 7 points. Driving on the right, a little bit tropical. United States looking license plates. A police car following me? What the heck? Dude, what? I'm not even going to guess anymore. I'm just going to go American Samoa. Can't find it. I can't find it, so I'm going Guam. Fall! Obviously, the police follow in goddamn Nigeria. I forgot about that. I forgot. You always have a car follow you in Nigeria. Stupid, stupid, stupid. American-looking license plates is what I was trying to say, but I didn't finish my sentence, so I sounded a bit dumb with it. Romania. Yeah, let's just punch it in. Could be Hungary. It was Czech. Damn, this guy's good. This gooey guy's good. Okay, Europe. Probably UK. No, so it must be Ireland. The boys in blue. So the thing about blue lives, they matter across the Atlantic. Always worried about these boys in blue. Right next to Dublin. In Dublin. Okay, we're doing better. Come on, focus. I don't think that's Senegal, though. A tear in the sky is usually Senegal, but I don't think we're in Senegal. Do I just go? Is the trial over already? No, but your reading comprehension is. Rolled and GG. I think it's Albania, Southern Albania. Actually, yes, it is. Southern Albania, right towards the section that leads to Greece. Look at that. Look at that. Spot on. Spot on. 21 miles. Can't be mad at that. Tana and milk. Malay? Seems Malay to me. Could be Indonesian, I suppose. Could be also the Philippines. No. Fuck. I'm just going to go Malay. Because I don't know. It was Indonesia. Well, why is this guy so good? Jesus. They just know. Spot on. Okay, we're in the southern hemisphere. I think we're in South Africa. Actually, I think we're in Botswana. I'm just going to make a guess. I need to be closer. It could be Brazil. And I could be super wrong. We'll find out in just a few seconds. Oh, am I further? Yeah, I'm closer. It was Uganda. Northern Lion is somewhere just crying. Come on. Northern Hem. Eastern European. Sto. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Hungarian. Maybe Czech Republican. Shit, Czech Republic. Slavonsky. Oh, am I closer? Yes! Still in this bitch. Always in this bitch. Never leaving this bitch. I'm not fucking leaving. Shit. I'm in a fucking circle. What? It's the most UK neighborhood I've ever seen. All right, let's 1v1. If you lose, you get banned. What's up? Get involved, Nathan W. Don't just sit on the sidelines and talk shit because you happen to know one of the things that came up and all of a sudden you feel very, very smart. Of the 10 things that came up, you would have been a dumbass on fucking 9 of them. What do you want from me? You get your one time and all of a sudden you start piping up? Jesus Christ! They're probably from there. Stupid ass. Imagine being 4.5 miles away. Like it says Christchurch. Come on. How do you even get it that wrong? Couldn't be me. I mean, you got to give me something, though, right? Just something. Thank you, Jack. Hope everything's going well in Christchurch. You got to give me something. I mean, that was something. A lot of horses. Cowboy hat. I don't know, man. I'm thinking South America. Very mountainous area in South America, which means it's more likely along this fault line or this fault line here in Peru. So I think down this area. I'm going to split the difference and go towards the bottom of Peru in near Chile, because it doesn't seem like this section right here. Okay, it was Peru, a little more north. 8 years to guess from them. 8 years to guess from me. Maybe I just got to guess a little faster, get them on their toes, you know? Easy one. Okay, unlucky. They happen to go 5 feet north of me. Why Brazil? It said .br. The heck? We in a goddamn bathroom? Madagascar. That should have been obvious. The hell? I don't think you're supposed to park there. Too hard to guess. Well, I guess I don't have to guess as much anymore. No, that doesn't give me any information. For some reason, it's in Russian. Seed of poppy. Oh. Good guess. Red dirt seems very Brazilian. Perhaps one of the most Brazilian. What the hell? That's the most confusing sign I've ever read in my life. Oh, Sri Lanka. Oof. Ugh. Is it the Pyrenees? It's the French Alps. Oh, so frustrating I didn't click. All right, that's a bummer. I didn't click, I was right there. We got time for a couple more. I don't think we would have won on that. No, that would not have won. 2.5x? Maybe it would have. Look at this guy. This guy seems upset. This guy seems irate. What the heck? 8 million billboards. Hungry. I feel like when it's hungry, it's usually the right side. Okay, fair enough. That was Budapest. Fair enough, fair enough. It said Budapest. Yeah, that's fair. You know what it didn't say though? This is a participation game where you guys play as along. That it didn't say that, but you guys still do it. So, you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day what the signs say, because turns out we make up our own rules. Okay, driving on the right in a southern hemisphere country. No, maybe the sun is setting somewhere in Europe. I think that's my better guess. The sun is setting somewhere in Europe. Centra, SVPA. It's fun to stay at the. I mean, it seems like France. You know what? I'm going to make a bold guess here. I'm going to go Jersey. Nobody saw it coming. Okay, turns out it was Switzerland. Went for a bold guess. The heck is this? I didn't see that documentary about the beekeeper in Romania. She lives in a village all by herself with her mother, who sadly passes away. Kind of looks like this. Maybe I go Romania. Spoilers? It's a documentary, not a movie. It's different. You can't spoil history. You can only know about it or not. Okay, I feel like it's South America now. I don't know, man. I was hoping this person would make a guess so I don't have to. And I'd get a little more time. But they're slow as hell. Nice balloons, kids. Coca-Cola, Mexico. Nobody loves Coca-Cola more than the great nation of Mexico. Nobody. Okay, we're in Portugal. Amber's opening was stolen from the talented Mr. Ripley. What? I'm going to have to look into that after this round. Okay, Europe. Is that Greek or North Macedonian? It was Greek. Athens, wow. What the heck? All right, all right. Tropical. Lovely. Car. Where's the sun? In the sky. Good. Good. Okay, don't look back when crossing through the tunnel. I think we're in Malaysia for some reason. It says Malaysia. Nothing gets by you, huh? Nothing gets by this guy. One of the smartest. Wait, I want to go here where there's sun. Overcast day. Kind of sucks. Maybe the Netherlands? Oh, it is the Netherlands. Lovely. Wrecked. Wrecked. Look at this. Truck full of porta potties. It's you guys. It's you guys carrying around your load of shit. Okay. We just need one good guess. Wow. Not a lot of creativity in this neighborhood. It's the most fucking UK neighborhood I've ever fucking seen. Look at this. What is this, Brighton? Donegal. Oh. I couldn't find the name Donegal. Still in this bitch. Just sent you a post on Insta about Depp. My man, it's going to be pretty tough for me to open up Insta and then pull this up and have it on my computer. So I likely won't, but I appreciate it. I'm not an Insta guy, you know? Honestly, no clue. Seemed like Slovenian. All right, last round, and then we're going back to the trial. Oh, still in. It was Hungary, but we were closer in Slovenia. Okay. Europe, Skla. It's got to be Czech Republic, right? Let's hope we're closer, otherwise we're out. 3.5x damage. Oh, we are way closer. Ooh. Comeback season. Name one thing about Slovenian, not Slovakian. It's kind of the motto over there. Okay, let's go with Vienna. Germany, of course. Germany. Guys, you're being dumb. We're in Vienna, Austria, not Germany. What a hard city to move in. What a hard city to move in. Somewhere in Portugal, I guess. Can't tell if we're Oceanside or not. Unfortunately. I'm gonna go more Oceanside though. This could be it for us here. We don't have damn near enough points. If we're further away, we lose. Oh, spot on for them. Great guess. Great guess. GG. No, I don't think they got stream subbing. I think they were just good at the game. They were pretty high gold. If you're watching the Amber Heard trial and felt like some of those lines felt strangely familiar, they are. She's stealing from film and TV and books. Here's a thread of what I have seen so far. Wait, what? Okay, why doesn't the volume work, first of all?
Yes. Bitch, all the yet he was dealing with some stress, stress around his career. I didn't have a lot of details, but he was drinking at the restaurant, and the kids were kind of, you know, noticing, but not really sure what to.
Are we picking at straws here? The way she said drink lots of tea is like Notting Hill. Dude, Notting Hill is such a boring ass movie.
Okay, thank you. See you later. Bye-bye.
It sucks.
God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Here, let me.
But it is funny that Julia Roberts has played a famous actress in 2 movies.
Get your hands off!
I'm really sorry. I live just over the street. I have water and soap. You can get cleaned up.
Oh, thank you. I just need to get my car back.
Just need to get my car back. Yep, the last part is right out of Reservoir Dogs, the fake story the undercover cop tells. At one point, Amber said she slapped Johnny slapped her and then said he'd rather cut off his hand. That's a line from Mildred Pierce after she slaps Evita. I mean, it's also possible that he said that, and that's from it. I need a smoking gun here, and I feel like we're pulling at strings. There's more. These might be the craziest ones. There's a scene from White Chicks. Her entire beginning monologue is literally the plot of The Talented Mr. Ripley. Actual quotes from the movie, and featured a character who showered gifts and mysteriously disappeared. The thing with Johnny, it's like the sun shines on you and it's glorious, and then he forgets at you and it's very, very cold. When you have his attention, you feel like you're the only person in the world. That's why everybody loves him so much. And then in The Talented Mr. Ripley, the thing with Dickie, it's like the sun shines on you and it's glorious, and then he forgets you and it's very, very cold. When you have his attention, you feel you're the only person in the world. That's why everybody loves him so much. That was debunked. We can just look it up, right? Talented Mr. Ripley monologue. Yeah, I want to see this guy do it.
Whatever you do, however terrible.
Okay, and that's the wrong scene, although you were going to kill it, and I know that.
Hello, my name is Danny Garcia, and I will be...
The Talented Mr. Ripley opening scene, I think, is what I want.
Herbert Greenlee. Finally, you'll know our...
How is Dickie?
Oh, we've really enjoyed meeting you.
It's the sunshine scene. Shit. Damn, they did a really good job of making Matt Damon look like a total nerd.
If I make dinner at my place tonight, maybe you can look at it then.
Dickie Greenleaf?
Who's that?
It's Tom. Tom Ripley.
Tom Ripley?
We were at Princeton together.
Okay. Princeton.
How do you do?
How do you do, March?
What are you doing in Manji?
Nothing.
It's not this scene. Look, I just want the proof in the pudding, and I'm not getting the proof in the pudding. What a talented lineup of actors, though, huh? Amber Heard movie lines in testimony. Amber Heard, Mr. Ripley. It's in the tweet. Oh.
Hi, I'm Kevin Copeland.
Okay, here's the scene from White Chicks. No, but this is a stupid ass one. Just because they hang the dog out in the movie White Chicks doesn't mean that another human could not hang a dog out a window. Actually, now remember Amber Heard saying, yeah, there was a giant semi-truck that came down and it seemed as though it was going to hit one of the Chihuahuas. So we had to make a narrow move to dodge out of the way. The car crash ensued and the two girls passed out, which resulted in the two bodyguards pretending they were white chicks for the next 72 hours. This one sounds like her acting in the Toronto tapes when he leaves the room.
Dickie. I know you can hear me. I was going to say that I would count to 3, and if you didn't open the door, but I won't count it. The thing with Dickie, it's like the sun shines on you, and it's glorious.
Okay, now we need Amber Heard saying that. Amber Heard, the sun shines on you. Was that today? She didn't say that. Oh. Well, there you go. It was yesterday. I remember her saying something to that effect, but I think she just said several times, like, he makes you feel so damn good. But it was probably not bar for bar. She said it. I think Christina Pickles is grasping at straws in you know.
We're losing your hands over. How would that work exactly? I'd just apply a couple pounds of pressure. Snap your wrist. We're losing your hands over.
The rather cut off his hand was more reminiscent to me of The Crucible starring Winona Ryder. Lud, she quoted Scooby-Doo in her opening testimony, bar for bar. She said, "Rut-row, Raggy." And then she ran out the door in the front, but ended up coming through the door in the back.
7 mil in
And I
a
remember I
divorce
wanted to
split.
take that.
That's kind of crazy.
These things were just, they were just constant fights. But in between them, when things were good between Johnny and I, he would be.
They prenupted it?
You know, he would word it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You know, you say that you don't want to be objectified, but you're doing it to yourself. You know, you.
Chad, I'm ordering food.
But
you see me on my phone? I'm ordering food.
Dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood, the
I
entertainment
don't know what I
industry was
want to
putting
eat.
me in a box and objectifying me.
Why are you
So
covering
it
X? It's a great
became my
point.
fault. I mean, I believed it.
I can't cover my content.
I believed it. I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because Johnny, you know, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually found myself
that's
making decisions about my own career, about how I dress.
If she gets up there and says, "Boys, the plan is simple,"
and she said she was being boxed in the earlier, like last week, right? She said she was being boxed because she took the roles, and she said that they were seeing her as this like get naked actress. That's what she said.
How I wore my hair, how I presented.
I do kind of want a taco, man.
When I walked into a room, and I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
I don't think it's live yet.
We attempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist.
I think the government should subsidize every marriage to have couple counseling.
I
have it.
Like nothing crazy, like 4 sessions a year.
And be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Eventually, Dr. Kipper introduced me to his.
It would just drop the divorce rate. It'd be great. It'd be great for children.
And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my
ruining your day.
So this is
Of
boring.
course, take
Go
your
text.
generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart.
It could be annual.
And I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage.
Take down the sign. I don't know how to.
Please
Oh,
know
there it
that
is.
my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his
How
mother.
much would that cost? No clue.
Yes, and
Probably less
And
than
then
an
I,
SR-71.
A glass of wine with my former agent Megan. Okay. That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up.
Countries with legalized sex work have lower divorce rate. I don't think that correlation's the best thing, though. It just means that I feel like the implication is that rather than cheating on next door neighbor, they're just going to the red light district and having a little boink. Then it's like, okay, the government should subsidize cheating. And then, you get like a guy over, a girl over from the government, do your thing once a year.
When you jump. I don't want to be convened less.
Now, Depp is also claiming that he is the real victim of abuse in their relationship, but there is so much more. Heard is
Dave Chappelle is live talking about what happened on what? He's got to be live on like Instagram or something, right? Oh, they're live. Trial's live, baby.
Guys, I didn't agree at first about the 100 mil. I thought it was like, oh, they're going too far ahead, right? Because that's how they do it, right? You just go hard and then they go down, right?
Yeah.
But 100 mil is
always.
actually reasonable. If he was making 70 million at a good time or 60 million, he got and there was 2 losses and franchise one franchise movie and one big movie. Yeah, 100 mil is like reasonable.
Dude, Berea tacos are so good.
Thank you. All right, can you be seated? Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
We're streaming with XQC, yeah.
That means.
Now, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different texts and a lot of.
He is going for 50.
I just wanted to point out to you this text message is.
She's for 100.
This is.
Yeah, he's suing her for 50 mil, and she's countersuing for 100 mil.
Yes, and this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident.
So she thinks that her time
correct,
and her
sorry.
worth is more and is
he
the same as
saying,
his.
Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course,
I
am
imagine what
sorry.
you asked for
I
is
really
based
don't
off
know
what they
why or
have,
what
right?
happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me.
Wait,
I
hold
must.
up. Sorry, huge announcement from Moist Esports.
But the
I'm not gonna
question
miss
we
this.
should be asking is, where will we go? Will we colonize Mars? Will we explore beyond our solar system? Moist Esports has a bigger dream. Winning a Rocket League World Championship.
Side of flip reset on the side of right, flips it. Up and another. Joyo.
One heck of an equalizer,
Team
and this is
Queso?
dropped in by Rise.
He did it?
Denying the big clear from AJ. Here comes Batira.
He got a Rocket League team?
Yes, boost. Joyo on the slow. Right to the top. This was sweet. High altitude. Bar down. Look at this team play from everybody on Team Queso. The demo. The
Queso got second at the last major. Charlie bought them? Oh, shit! Dude, that's hype.
Is it okay to... The nature of the
I
conversation
called
was
Charlie when I
pleasant.
signed with YouTube, and he was like, most important thing is what you do with the money. And I told him my plans. And he was like,
Friendly,
yeah, if I signed with
fine,
YouTube, I just buy a Rocket League
normal.
team.
And
he did it anyway.
When Johnny stopped making sense with this, like, you know, he'd start a sentence and then trail off, and
Coca-Cola
act
is getting a lot of
confused
advertisements.
when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered, and he
Sound is scuffed today.
How could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times.
Oh my God.
And I was
That's a
so
quote from a
confused.
band, The Who?
You know, I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking? And it was such a bizarre conversation, because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy.
You know, I'm bummed they're not
me.
bringing James Franco on the stand.
Not only was that not accurate, I would never
Bring
have
every single
communicated
guy
with him like that. More or less
that
call him
Johnny
on the
thought
phone
she
to
was
do it
cheating
and then
on.
call him back and wonder
Line out the
what
door
the
and then
connection
just be
issue was.
like,
It was
did
just
you
the
have sex
most
with Amber
bizarre
Heard?
thing.
No.
But he was
No.
so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay.
Zach,
How did that end?
this is the chart of all my viewers
no
over the
longer spoke
hours.
to
I was at 21,000.
Johnny.
I'm now
probably can't
lower.
Say what the person told me.
Here's the numbers.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Zach, admit you're dumb as
So
fuck or
without
I'm
saying
banning
what
you.
he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. That was my understanding. Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Christine?
All right, January 25, 2015, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. You and I was.
Mordecai,
Please tell the jury
gross.
about that trip.
Well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip, and plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took
Mordecai
this trip
sweep.
to promote his movie. I went with
Morbius
him.
is the sequel to Mordecai.
We got in an argument in the hotel room, and I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him, and when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall, and I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me, and I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he
Her
had
own
me by
lawyer's
the
questioning
hair, and
Cross will probably be tomorrow.
Jeez.
I felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really
Is there
sloppy
hallway
way,
cameras,
like hitting
maybe?
the back of my head and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him. Or else, you know, I would have at this point even I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud. And what I remember of that is trying to get up. And him
I think the
kind of
tier
wrestling me
counter's a
back
meme.
down, and at one point,
It offers
put
no
his
real
knee on my
value
back.
outside of a meme.
It was kind of like kneeling on my back.
Flag.
And I just had this like struggle with him. And I look at him and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so.
I just don't think I'm smart enough to be able to
He just
discern
looked like
someone
he hadn't been
acting
through
and then
anything, and
discern
he still had
someone
his glasses on,
being very
sunglasses.
sad from abuse. And the
he's
punishment of being
screaming at
wrong,
me.
the risk of
Yeah,
being
he
wrong
told me
is not worth
that it was over.
the guess
You
before.
want to marry me? He was disgusted. He was disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake. And everyone hated me. And I remember crying on the floor. Just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe he was serious. I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way. It broke my heart. Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. This is the man I loved, you know. Yes, it was awful at times, but I loved him and what he was
Objection, Your
saying.
Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. What he was saying to me hurt. Just
mods.
as bad as anything else.
We're 1 for 2
I
on
just
objections for today.
Remember that
If we end this
he left me
session
on the
50% or above,
closet
believers
floor.
win.
And is it embarrassing or?
We're 1 for 2 on the day.
It didn't pass.
Is it embarrassing as it is to
I'll
say
one. Didn't pass.
I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room.
Oh, the
of
predictions are
hotel
down,
room that we
Sag.
had. I know it may be hard to understand. It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano, and I just laid my head on his shoulder, and of course I was mad, and felt it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand, I just wanted us to be okay. I could just put I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person. So just...
Come on. Don't sniffle, you're cheating.
They come on and went to the premiere with him. And
what does that mean,
walked
X?
the red carpet with him. And
What is that
I remember
cheating
in
about?
the car, checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless.
This dude's a fucking...
Of all times
he's
to
a
have a
whole circus
backless
by
dress. And then I was just looking at I was looking at pictures and I was on the red carpet.
The audio makes it really hard to hear her when she's
surreal because I was
emotional.
checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me, and we just looked like this other thing.
Wait, we missed an objection?
It was just...
Oh, I'm missing a J in objection.
Like that.
There's tears there. There's tears.
It's embarrassing.
There's tears.
That's the one.
That's a tear, XQC. You gotta add it.
I'm sure it's hard to...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I saw it. I saw it.
I'm going to take you to February
2 for 3.
next month, 2015, to your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
One single tear. I mean, do we want her to sit on the stand and fucking bawl her eyes out for 3 minutes uninterrupted? It'd be way more uncomfortable.
I get a sense that...
It'd be so uncomfortable.
We were just... It was wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember...
Oh, was that 2?
Running around, I went to therapy. And,
that was 2.
You know, got ready, and Johnny and I met at the Penthouses downtown. And
I'm not doing a cry counter. It's XQC.
Where
I'm doing an objection counter.
And a veil and bobby pinned in my hair. And I walked out of that penthouse. I met
Do a
with
cry
Johnny
counter
in
for
the
XQC.
hallway, and
He hasn't cried yet.
I thought he looked so handsome, and he seemed happy, and I felt we were making the right decision. I was so looking forward to having this. I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car, we get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove drove us in his truck. It was weird being in the car with him alone. You know, we didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised.
I'm on a call with
And she
XQC.
married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. My best friend, my mom, his mom. We ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the better, we had planned for the better part of a year or so maybe 8 months for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15
A
people.
3-day wedding on his island.
We had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses. These little, for the guests. We had them built and designed
Bungalows.
on the island, and
houses.
we had people come out.
Bungalows.
And it was magic. You know, I was marrying the love of my life.
Lommel.
It was complicated.
Hashtag Lommel.
But I thought it was the love of my life. And we had our friends and family out. And we had
If
this
she's doing a
3-day
monologue, she's the greatest one-take Jake I've
event.
ever seen.
The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate with our relative parties. So me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and drink wine and, you know, have our own,
She's an actress?
you know,
She was
girl
in fucking
party
Aquaman.
separate.
This isn't Meryl
And then
goddamn
the
Streep,
next
okay?
day have
Cuddle
the
puddle
wedding
mushrooms.
festivities. We were going to be married around sunset.
What's a cuddle
and,
puddle?
On this beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we had originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach, and we walked down the aisle, well, the beach aisle.
Zach, thank you for the
and,
membership.
said our vows, and
Wait, is that an orgy? A
the
cuddle puddle?
sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around us while we were on the altar. And we danced and celebrated.
Said her vows.
Airplane paparazzi.
I had to go work.
When you say you left the island and you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Huh?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August. So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it, so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the plan
She shot a Danish
for
girl.
you when
Thank you,
you
Fox Sound for the
finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on
Oscar
my
goes
movie and
to
then
jail.
come and join him in Australia.
She doesn't
where
go
he
to
was
jail
filming
if she
P5
loses this case.
Pirates 5.
Okay, and when approximately was that?
That's not how this works.
That was March.
That's not how any of this works.
3rd.
Neither does
March
he.
3rd that you wrapped, that
No
you
one's going to
finished with
jail.
Danish Girl?
It's a fucking defamation
I
case.
believe, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay, and then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
It was about 24-hour. I think it's about 24 hours.
They're gonna get that finger soon.
On the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London. He was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane, and fly, I think, around the same amount of time.
And Popo.
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when
X's
you
objection counter
arrived-
doesn't include misses.
Before you finished rapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to, leave leave right after you get married, especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently, and it was positive until it started to change. And I got the sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
He's hot.
I was not. Not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of subside.
How do you not know Eddie Redmayne?
Okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he, I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, he calls my
I think you won Best
room,
Actor.
Apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think I was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
True.
So,
They can't know.
so don't tell what the staff
Sorry, I lied a little bit,
what
chat. Sorry.
happened
That's
next.
3 for 4X.
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call
600
him?
lost frames.
What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had to prove
These
that
are
I was
new
in
clips.
the room because by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular
This is live.
conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone. Why I didn't answer the phone immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing
Why is it
me
4?
of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was cheating or that I was hiding something, and I was
Double
why I
objection
wasn't
doesn't
answering
matter.
the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door. That was right before I left.
So before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
Huh?
That's ridiculous.
Leaving?
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would never, since that time I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia, I would never do MDMA with him. I'm asking for a problem in that case. Like that, I would never do that.
Okay.
That's not how it works,
So you
but okay.
flew to Australia and met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, can we pull up Defendants 1809? And Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that Mr. King, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone.
Okay.
And then those were given, so.
So I don't have these, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
Correct.
Johnny team questions her maybe
Just going to show you a few
tomorrow
pictures.
or the next day of trial.
Amber, do you recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1809 in evidence, you can publish.
And let me.
I'm not being
I
biased.
said the next day of
It's not
trial,
on
which
the
is
other
not the
side.
next
I'm
day.
trying to-
It's actually a different day altogether.
Given the strangeness of this.
There's no trial tomorrow?
May I put you on?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I appreciate it.
Never mind.
Amber, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And could you tell the jury what this is?
I know there's a week break, but I thought it was next week.
The driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting
My
Pilots
God,
5.
Dad. What do you mean? What do I guess the day off tomorrow, boys. I don't know what to do.
And then I'm going to
move to publish.
I'm going to try to make this a little faster.
We're streaming
than
twice
go
today. XQC. Atriarch's coming over tonight.
10.
Ms. Berthoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together, and then you could just go on with your questions.
Smart.
Yes, in fact. And these are all I will represent ones that we got from Mr. King.
What the heck is that?
All right, if you want to take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may
That's just a
start,
wet
I'll give you the whole
street.
stack.
Okay, that's
Is this
fine.
1909? It is.
He's coming over. I don't know. To fucking be a coffee cow and sit in my back. Get milked.
Guys, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, guys. This is the nail in the coffin. I'm sorry, chat. It's over for Deppa. Because they have the road. Now you can tell it's over.
By the way, Amber, do you see those kangaroos in there?
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos as well.
This was a pretty big driveway.
It was a pretty
I don't have
isolated.
any objection. Sorry.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
But make sure you look through them all, too. I just want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you.
go ahead and read them into the record once you have looked through them all. And then...
Is that a kangaroo?
That is a kangaroo. She's not wrong. There's two of them, these suckers.
Dang.
That's 2 kangaroos.
This is Australia then. Yeah, kangaroos are in Australia, X.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah. It is.
Now it's indefensible.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've reviewed them. I have no objection to any of these photographs.
So we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805.
That Australia is just kangaroos.
1806,
Yeah.
1807, 1808,
Dirt, too.
1810, 1811, 1812, 1814, 1815, 1816, 1817, 1819, 1820, 1821, 1825, 1827, 1828.
Bingo!
1829.
Stop!
1830,
Bingo! I called it.
1831, 1834, 1835, 1837, 1838, 1839, 1840, 1841. And 1842.
Oh
Did I
my
get them all?
God!
I believe so.
I want to make sure more than believe so.
Whoever did yes, that's value for his
They're
fucking
all
$5
evidence.
bucks.
So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on for you to publish them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was this in Australia?
It was I think like a well-known sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay. Let's
Sportsman.
Michelle, if you can pull up 1810.
Maybe those sportsman.
Do we have 1810?
Is this another picture from that home?
Lee Cox, do we have 1810?
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Okay. And then let's go, Michelle, if you can pull up 1811. Is that a picture of the home?
That's the house, yes.
11?
That's a nice house.
And let's go to 1812.
11, 12?
That's a good view from the bathroom, man.
And that's
the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
Dang.
12.
And
It's
then
a nice ass home, holy.
let's look at 1813.
12 and 13?
Why are they just flexing this home?
Your time down.
Shit, dude.
Let me,
Look at that.
I'm gonna mod Lee Cox for a little bit.
Infinity pool.
I guess that's just another view, little over of the swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's do one more, 1814.
13, 14. Give me.
Someone give them. They're using Imgur.
is
It's how we
inside
have
the
to see it, I
house?
think.
Yes.
They have it printed out.
And if you can look to the back here where
That's
I've
a
got
worse
I'm making
picture.
What,
if anything is that back there?
Peacocks.
That's the kitchen.
Okay, and this is the dining room, and this is on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay.
This is a ruse to sell it. You're right.
Now I'm going to ask you to take this jury
What a useless
through
picture.
your experience, what happened in Australia
1814.
once you arrived there.
Cabinets, okay?
Vase.
Well, I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him before I left, and then in transit I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous.
Dubai, of course, you're in Dubai.
He indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai. And
thank you, BMS.
He said, I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to, it's good. And I missed him so much, that's all I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in, I arrived early. I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him.
How much do you think the government's making off this trial?
And he was
not a lot.
So he'd lost a ton of weight. So
what do you think? How do you think they're monetizing it?
I just knew something was up. And he kind of quickly, kissed me and kind of, we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening.
Ghislaine Maxwell's trial live.
Prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There's some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We'd just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was.
A bag of it?
He told me it was MDMA.
Sheesh.
And I was surprised because at the time, that was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that, or so I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay? He'd already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go, but for the wedding,
I looked up, is
he was drinking
MDMA
Beck's.
illegal in
I think at some point
Australia?
we did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue. I just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected and what I wanted. And it just seemed delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point,
Cap me, Lord.
He drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, it kind of started an argument.
It's inconsistent because...
And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off.
Shrooms at the
And
campfire
he grabs me.
turned bad.
We have an argument about
Then shrooms at the wedding, that's
am
okay.
I walking out of this? And in my head, I was
MDMA in
like,
the plane goes bad.
I actually wasn't thinking of leaving
MDMA,
yet, but
then bad again.
that would later
How does that make sense?
be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I
Seems
have
like
a
they
lot
do a lot of
flashes.
fucking drugs together.
It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to
Seems
recall.
like Johnny has a lot of drugs
everything
going around.
your way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, you know. I just slid, screeching my skin against this like beautiful wooden floor. And we had another argument that was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on-off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him. He's screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. You know, it wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. You know, there's a back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, you know, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia.
What are the
I'd wake up
reasons?
with
I don't
panic
understand.
attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. He confirmed when I asked him that he had not slept. He had not eaten, so I tried to get him to eat. We get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I had just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. You know, my co-star.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening?
I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh, yeah. Sorry if I left that out. That when we had the argument
Johnny's
about
laughing.
the MDMA, he
This guy
suggested
takes a
to
lot of
me that
drugs.
it wasn't on the no-fly list. Like it wasn't on the no list. That was his That was his defense. Like this isn't the. You didn't say I couldn't have this, and over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. It wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation, it seemed like, in his mind, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many.
A handful?
But when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left.
A handful?
I think it was either 8 or 10, I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
Lady,
he had taken
is that a lot?
Lady, please. Lady, please.
I remember we had a conversation about the amount
I don't
that
know
he
how
took.
much one pill of MDMA
So
is.
I remember saying, you
Objection,
took all-
hearsay.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Okay.
8 or 10? That's like what?
There were only
like
a few left in
1.2
the
grams?
bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
He confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10.
Fuck off.
8 or 10.
Just stop.
And
No,
you said at
absolutely no
this point,
shot.
was that the first
Absolutely
night?
not.
Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've
Nope.
already fallen asleep
What
for the night
happens
in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs. He was
if you
still
OD
awake.
on MDMA.
Okay. Please
And assuming the
continue that
capsules
second
would
day.
be like 125
he's
at
accusing
the least
me
to 200
of
milligrams
being
a
with
pop.
his sister. He was accusing me of not liking his sister.
We're talking about up until 2 grams.
About the wedding. I was trying to
X knows his
that's
drugs.
insanity.
put out that fire.
He knows
if
his
you will. I was
drugs.
trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, honor, hersay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Oh, shit.
And then when it came up with his sister, he
Equal tolerance. Stop.
was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he, I mentioned that, well, I can't say what I mentioned. He, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who's on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off.
Is this the video?
And that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored
Sorry,
out.
I was looking at something.
He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney to do a post-nup because we got married in February and there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had had interactions with his sister, and so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her and said the only way out of this was death. Again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015, probably 25 times.
Post-nup clarity?
So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all. At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, "You need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down." In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off, clean up, sober up. And I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge, I got out the steak so that they would be ready to cook, and I got out some of the food I was gonna put together for dinner. I went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the next thing I remember is coming downstairs and looking for him. We had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Can we fucking...
He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me. And I realized I was back on the chopping block. I realized it was back, I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something. Try to say what he's saying.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Sustained, baby. 6 for 8.
He was just belligerent. I don't know how to describe to you because it wasn't.
What is she talking about? I think the goal of Amber Heard's lawyers today is to paint Johnny as a rampant drug user who, under the influence of drugs, is unable to control his own faculties, much less ensure that he is safe around his wife.
The next part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall.
It's a very clear picture of
I hit my head hard.
Off drugs, Johnny, sweetheart, amazing, sunshine. On drugs,
the severity of things is,
it's
I
more
think,
of a bar.
7 for 8.
I remember there were these cooling fridges
6 for 8.
and
It's 6 for 8.
Subject to interpretation, to say the least.
Being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling.
Basically, I think the more of a terrible, abusive, drug-addicted husband he appears to be, the more realistic it is for her to release that article in 2018.
Guys, when it's her, it's slammed, crushed,
observed Mr.
shoved
by this time?
Well, I had already seen him.
But when it's her doing it,
right in front of me, took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs, right in front of me.
Gently pushing.
In a gesture,
nicely hitting.
Looked right at me and
7 for 9. Did I miss one?
As a, like a
brushing to brushing.
Did it right.
Look at the effects of shrooms and MDMA. It's cap.
And then when I came downstairs,
I mean, if you've taken 8 pills, I don't think there's going to be an anecdotal thing we can look at online.
I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really it got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. You know, it sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "You want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him.
I hate how he calls her little
shirt
girl.
lapel.
Oh, it's so cringe.
And he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he...
Dude, fuck Jack Sparrow, dude. We have Captain America here, boys.
Gets on top of me.
He sends her flying, flings her across rooms.
And is just whacking me in the face. Like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know.
That's a crazy thing to say.
I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar.
Thank you, Jalga, for the 6 months.
And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking, and he holds up this bottle to me. And
Thank you, Channel 2.
You know, I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid. Focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really, if I really wanted to try, take it.
Thank you, Dominic.
Then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop.
No.
Why don't I take it from him? Go on, go on. Kept saying, go on.
Is this the incident?
And kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me.
This is the bottle.
And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me.
Revoke it.
And
I can fix it, look.
He's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it.
I gotta give it to. I need to give chat to the tab.
I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us.
Now look.
It's a tile floor, a white tile
more
floor.
lagging.
And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid.
Why doesn't he have truffle installed?
He's,
X, what the heck?
It was like a light bulb switch went off.
Boom.
And he starts screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand, and he threw it at me. It missed, thankfully, but I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know
Johnny Depp
how
losing his
much
finger
time passed,
situation.
but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face. I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence-wise when that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember
come
him
on.
having me by the nightgown. I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is.
I think the idea is to paint
there were
him
some
as the
bottles broken on
aggressor,
the floor.
and she doesn't
I think
necessarily
this is
have
actually
to
after,
criminalize
again,
herself by saying what she did.
Forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes.
Oh, please!
But the idea is that it would be understandable
I remember retreating.
that she would
There were also cans,
fight
like
back.
the soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like a, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of this sink, surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me ish, kind of front off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember
Direction
being
plus
terrified.
speed, velocity.
I remember I couldn't move, I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit.
Out of ammo.
And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area. Because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from the wall to the countertops.
In the glass?
At one point, he has me up against the wall, and he's punching the wall. He had my, nightgown, and it kind of ripped it off my chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting me that he has my breasts in his hands.
In the glass?
My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off of me. So I was naked, and I'm slipping around on this tile and trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile. Glass was underneath me, and I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really destabilized and felt really vulnerable. I'm naked, and he's flinging me around, and at some point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that I ruined his life. I remember I ruined his life over and over. And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There was a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!" And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone.
Chat, we'll talk about it after.
Against the wall where I was just being held. And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again smashing this phone into the wall over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing. He's smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall. And at some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing. "I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life." I'm on the countertop. It had me by the neck. And he felt like he was on top of me, and I'm looking at it in his eyes. And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. And looking at me, and
What's black?
I was trying
He's black?
to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny, and I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping, my arms were slipping on the countertops, and I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how... Sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. Please. I don't know. Please, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand this. The next thing I remember, I was bent over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this, my back was on the countertops, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was. I'm sorry. He was. I felt this pressure. I felt this pressure. He held my pubic bone, and he thought he was punching me. I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting me. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still, not wanting to move. I remember looking around the room. I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass. And I remember
everyone in chat saying actress, this is the most believable crying I've ever seen.
No, I see one now.
Because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it.
There's literal tears.
I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. If he would know, I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not, and I just remember thinking, please God, please, I hope it's not broken.
What?
I don't know how that ended. I don't know how I got off the countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember retching. I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just
She peed herself.
retching. I remember
Jesus.
there was some blood on the floor. I got up at some point. I don't know how that night ended.
Oh, come on!
I don't remember what happened.
What?
I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember
Come on!
going outside the front door.
That's probably
I remember
consistent
him
in an
coming
abuse
out to the
case.
front
If
area,
I'm,
but
if I'm
I don't remember
remembering reading that.
if that was before or
Of
after
like
this.
hyperfixating.
I don't remember.
Like she
I just have that
hyperfixated
memory.
on the tiles
I remember
and like the eyes. It's more realistic
taking a bunch of sleeping
than
pills.
being able
Not
to
a bunch,
remember
like
every single situation.
which is
It
a
also
lot.
coincides with what's
In
better
one
for her
story,
case, but
what, an
falling
important
asleep
detail is for gore.
I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep because I woke up the next day.
All the bodily movements and transitions,
I assume it was
one
late
within it, are
morning.
all for gore.
I could hear him downstairs. I could hear Marilyn Manson music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring.
I became aware, but I don't remember. How does it make sense?
Obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs.
Huh?
And the brown on the walls became clear, like it became clear, like lettering.
Papa.
And then it was obvious it was dried blood.
oh, I thought it was shit.
He had written down this that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet. I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips. So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name, but I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message walking down the stairs.
Guys, this is not even
I
in
saw a
line
bird in the
with the
house.
butler's testimony of the guy who cleaned it up.
Surreal. I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was blue, navy blue paint, and then brown paint. And then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. My canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, a painting that the owners had that had, like
The owner's got to be
giant
pissed.
penis on it, and some other things. There was a table overturned.
So in Johnny Depp's
a
testimony,
bunch of
this
broken
exact
glass
thing
on that,
came up.
on that
Johnny said that
floor. I
after
walked
the fight.
downstairs where I heard the music coming
I'll say it
from,
after, actually.
and that's where I found him, blaring this music. He was in the study, which is by the bar, games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and broken windows and a broken window, and it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked into the study. There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. And he just looked, he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny. He was standing at the office desk. He had his hand wrapped in this, like, rags, or, bandana rags. And I think he took them down or somehow showed me, and he said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you," something to that effect. And
wow, she remembers that.
I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that's like he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around. And we didn't have any sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and I said, "What did you do? When? Like, what did you do? When?" And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that was happened with the phone.
Hours.
And in any case, I knew it had been way too long, that he had this blood, that he was bleeding, and I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now."
Where has she been?
I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the 3rd floor while I was in the main floor, the entry-level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull, and
this is sponsored.
I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was.
There's not taurine in coffee.
I thought maybe, I don't know, sober him
Probably
up.
About it.
I don't know. Help was coming though, and I remember I made him coffee. As soon as
Your
I handed it to him, he threw it.
is drawing in blood everywhere for hours.
Started screaming
Apparently,
again. It was like back to square one.
He's bandaged up.
Shortly after that, security
and you think
arrives.
It's time for coffee.
I don't know how long, maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but they kind of find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door. And they were trying to figure out what was going on. And as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house, saying that he had more messages for me. And this is in front of security. And they kind of just like looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half, played it off and corralled him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling a wild animal back into the house with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the wall of the house, and I remember him standing at the wall trying to.
Is anybody going to call the hospital? Is anybody going to ask if things going on?
More information for me.
Is she going to ask if there's a medical thing happening? Is she going to ask where the blood is from? Is she going to do?
It made no sense.
What is anything going to? It's her new husband.
Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses. Shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Trying to give her drugs. She didn't say anything. Thank you.
Overruled.
Keep going.
And
I heard it. I heard the penis thing.
I just remember crying and
no, I was freaking out on the toilet.
What they were trying to give me, and fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea, like...
There's blood on the walls, madam.
Something he could die from. If anything, just the drugs and the alcohol. I mean...
Well, no, the blood, though. No, the blood. The blood's fine.
I didn't, you know, I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, this dark
There's a book of blood on the walls.
What the heck was going on?
Nah. The drugs, though. The drugs, though.
And I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses. And they, I'm sorry, Debbie. And... Or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep.
Yes, it's like some live. That's what's happening.
I came back downstairs.
And some guys playing The Sims with her. Go there.
Look for my phone.
Cook coffee.
Which Johnny had picked up before.
Go bathroom.
Security came in.
Go sleep.
He picked up my phone.
What?
And said, we're going to get to the bottom of this. He wasn't making any sense at the time. I understandably just different.
I'm not on Amber Heard's side. I find it wildly uncomfortable.
I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this.
To go in with such an insane bias that you can't trust anything a human says at all in a trial
I didn't actually
where they're
at the
presenting a
time
case.
Wait, what?
Think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up.
Because then, like, you find anything.
It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table.
Her shirt's ripped. It's because she's trying to harken back to when Johnny used to rip her shirts,
and talk to me,
like the nightgown and that one night.
Back up to bed.
She's looking to the jury. What a fucking bitch, actress, actual bitch.
And fell asleep.
And then it's like,
and then I think the next day.
I think
to the closet.
I think it's enough to like listen
the clothes that he
and be
hadn't
like,
painted on,
okay,
I guess, when he
I
went
hear what
back
you're saying,
upstairs,
but what about
he
this?
had,
I think from this, you are likely the abuser.
It looked like
this is
what
an
he had
overall
done is
toxic cringe
dipped his hand in a
relationship,
bucket of paint
and you
and
guys are
just
both
wiped it on
fucking
my
children
clothes, just
who are able to
and
get away with acting
he
like
picked up another
absolute dickbags.
portion of my clothes and put
But
them
you
in
were
the
very
bathtub, and
abusive.
I don't know if he
You know
added
what I mean?
paint or if he just had touched them with paint. But it was this
So I feel like I end up being
blue brown
more
paint.
devil's advent than I feel.
What was
because everyone else is over here.
And eventually left Australia.
And so,
with,
you know what I mean?
With Ben King, who you met.
Where are all the details of this? This is important details, and you just skipping over them.
You there because I want to ask you.
Like, I don't want to come here and watch a trial and be like, ah, bitch, you didn't get a hit. If you did, you probably deserved it. And that's like, people in chat are like that. That's, to me, that's like psychopath.
Bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from, and then had that back and forth with you, and you threw on the ground.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
Ow.
No, I don't.
Coffee on me.
Do you recall whether it was wine
Should've gotten
or
Red Bull.
liquor?
What the hell? My
It was
DPI
liquor.
just changed?
The wine was upstairs.
Do you recall what color
Excuse me.
it was?
I can't believe they didn't cut for break after that
It was
very emotional moment.
white, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle.
Normal bottles have
I
handles.
remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it, and I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember like what brand.
Oh, like a 16 ounce or something? Or 12 ounce?
Four-door
When
classic.
you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food
Oh, it's
did you
8-11?
see?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, of course you didn't.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
That is such leading.
There was
That
mashed
felt like
potatoes,
textbook leading.
That's
smeared
literally-
all over the bedroom door.
That's
and
literally
on the
leading, though.
wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. Had little like specks of green in it. I assumed to be
But they
spinach.
said no, so okay. Judge knows more than me.
And throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places.
As they love,
just
no, it's just obvious though.
countertops, walls, doors.
Judge is
as I
insufferable.
mentioned.
I really
And,
enjoyed the judge. I disagree.
later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house. There were pieces of it. It was cut up. And he
Wait a minute.
ripped my nightgown into pieces into shreds and wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown.
Sushi.
It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped, I found it, I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer, in the closet drawer. I mean, just raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls. It was...
Is a nightgown a weird gift for a wedding?
Bizarre.
What, if anything, do you recall seeing on any mirrors?
Because that's what I was going to get Atrioc for his wedding.
Written,
I was going to get him a nightgown. Maybe
I'd
I'd back
on the
out.
bathroom mirrors, in the bedroom, and I believe he there was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was.
A body witness expert said it looks like she's lying.
Better way to describe it.
Our job isn't to figure out she's lying before anyone else.
That he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall?
Trial's still
of
going.
any
We got time.
lampshades being written on?
That's it's okay.
Well, he wrote on messages to me, you know, things to the effect of "go-getter."
Literally, it is literally
that sort of language, but calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, you know, like just things about
because she knows about the lampshade. She isn't talking about it. Lampshade is far away. It's entirely out.
Because
then she talks about, what about the lampshade?
He was just.
She's leading the witness to the lampshade. You know they weren't there. What are you talking about?
On a back of a pillow in blood, and you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like it took.
Geoguessr is more fun.
In fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood.
The cross will be
the
crazy.
Messages became the markings became clearly letters, and the letters kind of.
It's not leading because the question doesn't suggest an answer.
Like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood or it wasn't bleeding enough and went and got paint. And then it became paint and blood. You could see
blood
both.
takes 14 days to
he
brown.
Went back with it. Same
No,
with the mirrors.
it doesn't.
I could see where all the dried blood was, and then I could see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to go back to the time in the bar.
I've had like
and I know
8
this
million
is
bloody
very
noses.
Painful.
So
Do
much
you
memory for detail.
What Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
He said that he would fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again. He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
And did you experience any pain later?
I wasn't thinking about that. I was heartbroken. Eventually, I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding. But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken, or else it would be a lot worse. And the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how scared, shocked I was. I'm scared. I just married this man. I just married him.
And forgive me for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear. You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina?
That rephrasing, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I am so
So
sorry.
sorry. Oh,
Okay.
God.
Lawyer person, come on. Come on.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me. And was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
Did you experience any cuts on other parts of your body?
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
That would hurt so
Did you
much, dude.
have any other bruising?
Wait, but where's the blood? What?
I had a bruise
Wait, what?
across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs.
Then where's the blood then?
I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
Medical records? Pictures? Testimony of the butler on the plane?
Ask you
No proof, though? I mean, generally, most sexual assault cases don't have proof, right? They're super hard to prove, which is why, like, most of them don't go to court.
On the
ones that do
plane,
go to
her
court never
arms
pass.
looked redded.
18.
With mini stuff, not glass cuts.
10. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can
I think
bring
the
that
more
up.
interesting point is
Defendants
that she was
18.
so hell-bent on getting, like, information on everything. In the videos, she seems, like, super manipulative trying to record videos. And she's like, what are you doing, Johnny? But like, you know, that's what I think is weirder.
Is this the game table?
Is like
Yes, it is.
her insistence on
Ding, ding, ding,
on
gimme, gimme.
recording footage.
Based on your
Yet
testimony,
it
this
sounds
where
like
you were
from
probably
her
on top
recounts
of this table.
numerous times
Yeah, he briefly got on
she was
top of me.
beat and didn't record any of that. Like I don't know. That's what's weird to me. I think. But
Pushing on my throat, actually, at some point when I was on the table.
What the hell?
I had forgotten about
Robot.
that. And this, though, looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't look quite like this.
Okay. And did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table
Involving
collapsed
collapsing.
underneath me when Johnny threw me into it and got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
We could look at 1816, please.
1816?
Threw me into it.
no, they just have an echo on the stream.
Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
Give me NBC feed. Give me NBC feed.
Yeah, they just have scuffed audio.
Yes.
What is it?
Collapse and then
No, we don't have it on NBC there.
It looks like the bottles that were
The cocks.
by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up,
It's not it.
still drinking.
If we could go to defendants 1817.
16. What does that show? I don't. This is like
The
the thing.
bottle shape. The bottle shape.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, I have not,
Back to 1816, please.
Your Honor,
I had,
fused. Is there a question?
I got to ask a question.
What more do you recall?
you had, sorry, it took me a minute to respond because
Oh, sorry. There's some. Yeah. This one has juice.
it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it.
Guys, the audio is like this. It's not my fault.
And this picture, I wasn't aware of until
Chat real quick, dude. The saddest news happened this morning, and I thought I'd share real quick. Cutie's girls trip, which was like basically shit camp, but all women and some of the biggest creators in the world, had to be canceled because one of the girls tested positive for COVID, which is so sad. Because they only got to do one stream of the 14, which is a big bummer. Yeah, the VOD was really good too. They got to do 2 of the streams. I guess they did breakfast this morning, but yeah, that's a bummer, man. Can they reschedule? I mean, like they'd have to, not easily, right? Like you get an Airbnb, you get several locations, you get flights. It's like not, you know.
But when I realized it was an object or a bottle.
Why cancel? Because someone got COVID.
And not his fist,
and
which
they
is what I
shared
thought,
beds.
You know, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought it was, you know, his arm looked like he was punching me.
We can try this.
And I hadn't seen this bottle. I thought he was punching me. I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But
Anyway, really fucking sad. So give some love to Cutie.
Or bottle, and not
Huge
his fist,
bummer.
which is what I thought, you know,
because she puts on
I
really
could
cool
see his arm while
events.
he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought it was, you know, his arm looked like he was punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817.
Hitting live, it doesn't fix
Do you
that. It's
recognize
YouTube. I know how it works. Please stop.
This
is
area or this picture.
Wine. It's yes, it's wine.
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It was quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay. And then let's go to 1818.
These are TOS, not on YouTube.
Actually, I
man.
think
I'm
that's-
sorry, which
Yeah, I don't have that.
That's not in evidence.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819. My apologies.
Okay.
Silly lawyer.
Do you recognize this?
Wine.
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter.
Twitch streamer shared.
When he had me on the countertop by my neck. My feet were slipping
That'd be the worst
on
Coca-Cola
the
ad of all
tile,
time,
and I
chat.
just remember my feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up.
Guys, is
I
the other
couldn't
piece audio
alleviate the pressure
fixed or not?
on my neck as he was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me. Right to the left of that. To the right of that is a little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped and.
It's not.
And when you say to the left of the wall,
I can resync if you want.
the picture.
Lot on a
that,
grind streaming these days. Must be
to the
preparing
right
for
of that
proposal.
is a little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about.
You know,
where
I
was
did
trapped
732 hours in a month.
And when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm going back.
And when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. Well, it looked heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. You know, it looked like these like really heavy glass. Excuse me. It's really thick, heavy, not plastic, but like a Bakelite or something heavy material on it. That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821, defendants.
They've been going for a second, no
Do you
break.
recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Okay. Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
And you see straight ahead at the very...
They do got some gamer lights.
If you look straight ahead at
They
the
fixed
picture,
it?
on the top part of that, it
Well,
appears to
more
be some
than
broken
just
glass.
this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing
I'll go
things
over
at
here,
me.
man.
My,
Okay,
my
no, I'll go over
body
here, my
was
bad.
standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt though on the backs of my arms, like when the window shattered.
Okay. Let's go to 1822.
1822, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825.
You're throwing.
I think. Is that the next one, Your Honor?
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
What is that?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing.
Looks like a penis.
When I found him the last morning, that morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up.
Who took these pictures?
It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the
reaching?
Manson
No, it's like a-
blaring. When I
You know what? Actually, you're right.
when I found him and told him that I was going to call.
It's just a really powerful bicep.
911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny
veiny bicep.
wrote threats or messages to me on.
Okay.
So want to take a picture of that then? Can we see it?
Then let's go to 1827.
Okay. So we don't get to see it then.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and
Hello, Adderall. Thank you. The 6
saw
months.
all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first.
Who rents a
That's
house
where
and paints on
the
their
stairs
furniture
empty
and
into this
their
room.
carpets?
Kind of my
Well, that's why they have the
painting
things
area.
taped down. You're not
And
painting
those
over
are the
there.
canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look by the white tablecloth table to the right of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay.
Stylo, thank you. The 6 months.
And let's go to 1828.
Can Lud hear X? Only if I unmute.
And do you recognize what's in that one?
Yo, X.
I do.
Evidence thing.
Check first.
Those are my were my paintings. That
It's not bad. I don't think I'm gonna get banned.
I don't know when he
it's
did
art.
that. If it
It's
was
art.
before or after the writing on the walls, but
It's art.
he just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure. So the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's 2 or 3, and then there's a small.
It could be human. It could be alien. It could be a guy. It could be a girl. We don't know.
That was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay. And then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was that dark colors before, or?
I am
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
Oh, I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was
That's funny.
The start of a portrait, and he changed it.
I'm not that bad.
Dramatically.
And then to the right side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified
Well, not that
to.
bad. I mean,
Is that what that picture looked like before, or is that?
Objection leading.
What, if any, changes were there to that picture?
Well, the three canvases
She's actually terrible.
were portraits.
See right there?
So they looked similar to the one that's in the
dog
center
shit. And
that
that
I was doing
one
with
is
his
dog shit too.
daughter.
And the white that's below,
I don't
what, if
know.
any, changes were there to that?
What's
the
relevant to
white
this anyway?
canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was, it looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sorry, just saying.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Oh my God.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection.
That was not. What if any?
What's the
leading?
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days.
Yeah,
roughly,
Omega
and
Pago
there might
Donos.
have been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you create any of this damage?
No.
Damage to what? We don't know we don't know what's before this.
Take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also, Johnny was covered in paint, so. To answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some paint on that as well?
Yes, there was paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated, there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was just, like if you're looking at this, I believe it was on the wall almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection.
That's a
but I can't
window.
be entirely sure.
That's a window.
Let's go to 1828.
Dude, they're going on this.
I think that was 1828.
Oh, roasted by the judge.
My apologies.
Dude, this lawyer has messed up the evidence number every time.
And do you
There's going to be merch at
recognize
Mogul Money Live?
this
Yes, sir.
Photo.
Yes, I do.
What's in it?
Good luck and be careful at
what was
top.
this?
This is one of the lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay.
I think this is
Let's go to
exclusively paint.
1830.
What's the dot here? This looks like it's. What's that?
Do you recognize
blood.
this?
It's not blood.
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay.
I believe Johnny's story when he was up was
And
that he
Looks like a
wrote some
fake
things,
label.
but
Just look
Amber
to the
Heard
left,
also
and
wrote
I'm
some
gonna
things
go ahead and
and
circle
framed it as him writing
over
things.
here.
Specifically what's on the
You
mirror.
see
So this is interesting.
red and black there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
This is lipstick or
The
paint.
testimony was that she
And-
wrote it in red.
Based on looking at this area that I have circled, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Oh my God, zero audio skills.
Same objection.
Yo, the guy in production, what you're doing when you're checking evidence On somebody's channel? On somebody else's channel?
Probably a good
I'm not
time
going
to
to say
take
you
a
are.
break. Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon
Mute
break?
their
Let's go
audio.
ahead and
Don't
have
layer the
our
audio.
break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody, and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here.
Good old break time. Break time. Anyway, yeah, chat. Very sad news about Girls Trip. If you guys missed the news about Girls Trip that we just talked about. Girls Trip. Girls of the Trip. Cutie was super sad this morning because one of the girls got COVID. We're tired of COVID. Yeah, but I think it's just probably more responsible to not have an incubator with 16 of the biggest women streamers and then like try to like get everyone have COVID. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make sense to me. I think what she's doing makes sense. Like, what are the options? Cancel the event because someone had COVID and you don't want everyone else to get COVID because it's sad. Keep doing the event and tell like the world that someone got COVID, but you're still going to do the event anyway because fuck COVID, which is also crazy when you have a platform. Or 3, keep doing the event and don't tell anyone someone got COVID and have them mysteriously disappear. I feel like 1 is probably more mature. No one cares. I think more people care than you than you realize, but I think you personally might not care. That's probably apt. Personally, I would do it anyway. I mean, I think that's very selfish of you, and I think Cutie's just a little more selfless. Like, she threw on the event. She paid for everything. She's getting the big streams on her stream. If she's like, girls, someone got COVID, but you're all staying here. That's right. Maybe you'll get COVID, but that's okay. I need these streams. Be a little crazy. I think she made the right call. I think it's just sad. Tough spot. Why not drop one person? Because COVID doesn't actualize immediately, and the person who got COVID, because everyone was sharing beds, was sleeping in a bed with someone else who might now have COVID, but they don't know, and they won't know. And then they were hanging out with other people. You know what I mean? We were talking about one of the more transmittable diseases in our lifetime. If you're trying to challenge whether the disease is transmittable or not, I think you lose. Even if you're vaccinated. Obviously, everyone is vaccinated. Easy. Virus, not disease. Yeah, good call. My face cam. Poland. When's the thumbnail stream? It's going to be tonight with Atrioc. Probably around like 6 or 7. I'm going to end this stream when the trial's done today. And then I'm going to go back live around like 6. Ooh, Nippon des. If I had to guess, actually, you know what? I'm always terrible at guessing where in Japan I am. I have a very low knowledge of Japan and its geography. I was hoping for a major highway. We have a major town. I mean, it doesn't seem that populated. I'm gonna go Nagano. In between Nagoya and Shizuoka. Am I gonna watch Doctor Strange? I don't know. Maybe. Hold up. Alan Keating's being very nice and asking to pay me. Keating! Predictions? Mods? I think we're in Germany. Alan Keating on the yard. Alan Keating on the yard. Alan Keating on the yard. Yip, 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 yip. Oh, I was wrong. It turns out we were actually in Poland. But the guy's AFK. That's kind of pog. Any thoughts on the trial during the break? I think that it's really, I mean, honestly, I think that a lot of what Amber Heard is saying is true, but I think she it makes her case a lot better when she doesn't specifically talk about what she did, you know, because it always feels like Johnny did this, Johnny did that, and then something, you know, I can't exactly remember what I did, and then Johnny did this, and then Johnny did that, and I maybe this is a hot take. I think Johnny is absolutely complicit in an incredibly toxic and abusive relationship. But I just don't buy that, you know. She was like, no, Johnny, please don't take MDMA. And then he was like, handful of pills. I don't think that's how it went down. I'm going to go with Belarus. No, Romania. Like, specifically the incident where he lost his finger, she's saying she was sleeping for it. I don't necessarily buy that. Jesus Christ, what a terrible guess. Got one, though. But yeah, anyway, I think I've said this many times, but she in several videos has been shown to, like, secretly record and try to get information on Johnny to make him look bad. Like, you know, like with, like, secret camera videos, like, what are you doing? But then all the evidence makes her seem more abusive and toxic, and there's not that many of him seeming toxic and abusive. But I 100% believe he was a drug-addicted, alcoholic husband that was probably miserable to be with. And the allure of him being Johnny Depp probably wore away, and then he was a 50-year-old man that actually only liked music and wine, and she thought she liked music and wine, but it turns out not as much as a 50-year-old man does. It feels like Ireland. Could be Jersey. Yeah, it's probably Ireland. UK. UK it can't be because there's no yellows on the back of the license plates. So if it looks like the UK, but it's not the UK, then it's Ireland. Do you see Dave Chappelle get tackled on stage? My brother in Christ, it's called Mogul Mail. I did a whole video about it. Oh, shit. Chat, this is the cringe part of the stream. Everybody be warned. This is the cringe part of the stream. All right, warning. I need to pose for a thumbnail. I want the chair to be like glued to me. I'm not going to glue it to myself again. Okay. Maybe like this. Like this. Am I in focus? I'm blurry, right? Okay. All right. All right. I'm feeling the cringe. This is what has to happen. No! Fuck! Everybody wait. Okay. All right. I've done it. Okay. No, we're going to be cringe for just a few seconds. And then I have to look really tired. God, it's cringe, I know. I just have to do this. Okay. Now we're gonna. Okay, this one, I'm gonna keep the chair on my ass. Oh, God. Zoom up of chair on ass. One more. Or maybe. Think about this. What if the chair looks like it's glued to my face? And then it's just stuck here. And then it's glued to a chair, but I'm glued to my face. Okay. And scene. This is what I have to do for my thumbnail editor so that my thumbnail editor can edit good photo. Go again. Case is back? No way.
Man, about to fucking pass off a fucking blood loss? Man, how about, guys, how about a brew, boys? How about a brew? How about some coffee?
No, it's not.
How about we get
No, it's not. I believed you. I'm just gonna keep it open on the side. Girls trip with girls. Dude, I'm so sad about girls trip, man. Do we have to watch XQC? No, we don't. Okay. If I win this, I probably get ranked up to gold. Okay, the question is this the Netherlands or is this the UK? It is the Netherlands. No, shit. I can't tell genuinely. I'm gonna go Netherlands. Oh, I was right. Cool. Lovely. Couple 100 points off rip. UAE? Yes. I'm gonna guess a deserty area over here. It was not UAE, it was Jordan. Damn it. What is UAE's flag? Are they similar or am I dumb? Trees look Polish. Probably Baltic. I'm gonna go Lithuania. It was Czechian? I think I'm out. Oh, I'm still alive. Okay, that's good. They are similar, but I was still dumb. Fair enough. Ellie, thank you for becoming a member. Could be Vienna. Okay, it's the Czech Republic. I'm just gonna go Prague. It was a little bit north of Prague. Healing round. We're driving on the right side of the road with no terror in the sky, likely in Africa, being followed by a car. I want to say this is Nigeria. It was Nigeria. Good guess. Follow Moist Joyo back? I did. He messaged me. I followed him back. He immediately messaged me. We're in Europe on a somewhat busy intersection. I think it's Hungary. I'm going to go very far right of Hungary. Kind of a shot in the dark here. Oh, we both thought it was Hungary. It was Romania. Bucharest. Wow. I would not have thought we were that close to Bucharest. Okay, not bad. I did a little better there. AB? Albania? No. AB. Alberta? It was Alberta. It couldn't have been Albania because the license plates, it had to be an American license plate. Or like North American and South American, they're the same. I don't know, La Paz? I always just go with La Paz. It doesn't seem like La Paz, though. I'm going to go with La Paz, though. Shit, I don't know, man. There's a hint of blue. Maybe that should give me a... Are we in Europe, perchance? Oh, maybe we're in Greece. We're in Europe. Oh, my God. Is that an Alfa Romeo? Sheesh. Go off. Yeah, we're probably in... I wonder if we're in an island. I wonder if we're in an island in Greece. What the fuck? Malta. I don't think I would have known that. Yeah, maybe that's what that means. Maybe the little license plates are for Malta, and I can learn that now.
Very important. Okay, very, very important to take note of, and I wish everybody understands this. Okay, okay. Having a legal defense, legal strategy, and having legal counsel isn't an admission of guilt. It does not make you look or are guilty. It's why sometimes I saw on Twitter, people something happens with like somebody, a public figure, and they're like, they're not talking about it. They're remaining silent. Oh my! And on top of that, he got a lawyer. And you're like, somebody's making accusations that are either going to be in a civil case or a criminal case. Like, you're going to ask and you're going to hire legal representation. That's the basis of any legal fucking implications. Like, what the fuck? How does that make you look guilty? If somebody knocks me out in real life or some shit, or another public figure knocks me the fuck out, I want to press charges.
And a lot of things at the same time. Like, YouTube caters to a lot of things, but you can't cater to a niche and a lot of things at the same time. Oh, Ludwig chat is full of normies these days. I think that is true.
It's always been full fucking normies. So is Pokey's chat. And also Palaz has always been a rat bitch. You kidding me? Fucking first person to read out a Palaz message in 5 years. Palaz the dumbest motherfucker in here.
He didn't say, I blacked out. I don't know what happened. There's 8 hours of what? Huh?
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment.
Next time I see Palaz in here, I'm banning him. Palaz on Hood Watch.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Amber, we were talking about this right before the break.
He's in pre-chat. I find pre-chat so cringe these days.
I'm more for
Because it used to be with the set time, but now it's every goddamn minute of their lives. And they're so. I hate pre-chat actually.
Based on your perception, which color is underneath?
Sustain the objection.
Find a Discord. Hang out on Discord with each other.
All right.
Don't do it in my chat
this.
anymore.
Let's bring up defendants 375, which is already into evidence.
Pisses me off when I go in there and I try to use it and they're all like, "This is ours now." Get a Discord, hippies.
Yeah, the new merch. This is not new merch. This is literally I asked for clothing samples and they gave me that on top of it.
But I don't have the control on my.
I didn't make this or ask it. They made it.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
They probably just want to give me an idea of what it looks like.
My menu was hidden.
Like the inking and whatnot.
Amber, I'm going to ask you.
Oh,
to take a
we're
look
back
at
to
this
0-0
picture
on
that
the.
we saw earlier, and do you see the area
that's
that's
right.
written in red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
There's a lot of problems.
Nothing. I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right. And then
who's Carly?
If you can just remember this picture, again, the red area there that I've circled. And then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. And what, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this, is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and stuff like that.
And let's go to 374, please. That's already in evidence.
I timed Palaz out in pre-chat for 4 days.
Is that the picture you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint. And both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay.
I'm petty as hell.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if
To
you
the grave.
can bring us back to 1831.
What's the topic? So this is right after the scene where the moment where Johnny Depp had a blottle thrown,
And did you take this picture?
He somehow had his finger cut.
No.
And then after his
And do
finger
you
got
see
cut
in
in
the mirror
Australia,
there,
he went
can you
around
see the
drawing a
bathtub in the
bunch of
back
shit on walls and claims
Yes,
that
I
she
can.
also drew shit and framed
that the
him.
bathtub that
And so
you're
they're
referring
confronting
to?
her on all
Yes,
this
it
shit
is.
to see if she actually drew anything.
And that had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry.
Ludwig thinks
What,
it's a
if
Marvel
anything,
movie.
did it have
Yeah,
in
there's just not
the
enough funny
bathtub?
scenes.
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And do you recall seeing this
My hair too tall.
picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade, but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay,
it is.
Thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834. And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835.
2 out of 2 objections. I forgot the objection thing's not there.
And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Oh, the NBC shows pictures?
And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict? And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict?
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint
having white sheets.
On the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838.
It's presumably his blood, yeah?
And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
What is that?
Okay. Let's go to 1839.
A lamp that has been robbed of its shade. That's artistic.
What does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
Then let's go to 1840.
Every damn bed in this house got ruined.
And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay. Then you didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What,
Calls
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
Overruled
out.
At this point, next your question. Go ahead.
Okay. What, if any,
Overruled.
effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to
Cringe.
1841.
So Johnny's finger was cut and he's walking around the house like a
What does this
maniac with blood everywhere.
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while holding me up against it.
That does look perfectly like that.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay. And let's go to 1842. What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay.
This guy hates
And then
giving
I've
lamps
just got a
shade.
few more left. 1805. And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown.
Yeah, I think it's this glass of wine right here, thrown at the wall, spread across, dropped
And it looks
down.
like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was in the house?
Well, it looks like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay. Let's go to 1806.
Hold up, I'm messaging Alan Keating how to pay me money.
Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808.
The lawyer's like, that's mine, my bad. Sorry, no, I was just flexing.
Do you know what this depicts?
Wine spill.
Okay. All right.
I think
Now,
this is generally
you
painting a picture of Johnny being belligerent.
Started to
matching her story.
Testify.
Walking around bloody and whiny.
But, well, before we go there, in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else? Why? How are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up, and I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later. There was this 5-hour-long recording, and naturally I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our, struggles to figure out our relationship, this one was, 5 hours was unusual, and that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of that Australia incident.
5 hours of the end?
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure.
You got to approach because I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You can record 5 hours? I mean, look, do you really think Amber Heard doesn't have like 640 gigabytes? She's not skimping out on no 64 gigabyte iPhone, okay? She has every picture saved in her phone, all of them at full 4K. None of them are stored in iCloud. I think it's also an audio recording. These are all questions asked by Amber Heard's lawyers, and then Johnny Depp's lawyers are going to probably cross-examine her later no, not next week, the week after. Which will be a bit crazy. Because that's when they'll bring up like, hey, this is a picture of you after Australia not being harmed. Can you explain? And then she'll be like, I was wearing makeup. And then be like, fine, what about this? And then they'll be like, well, then, you know what I mean? It'll keep going. Someone customized their Nintendo DS. This is kind of cool. That's pretty odd. That looks great.
Ms. Perhoff, can you tell me the number of that, the exhibit number, so I can...
378.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I think they... Okay. Did they overrule?
Remember, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you describe...
I'm leaving it, Mulligan.
Let's take you to the point you left the Australia house to go to the airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period of time?
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me, and on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. He asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? That sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Do you...
Makes me uncomfortable. She's looking at the jury. It's just smarter.
What you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride. Were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the back seat of the SUV
onto
that had
concrete
driven
things, chat.
me,
Concrete
and
things.
We were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. I obviously didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask your question again.
Okay.
Mulligan.
Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember...
Mulligan. She said do it again. She didn't
asked
say
and answered.
overruled or sustained.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said
It was a different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask a question.
Oh.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
Oh.
I felt destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought he might die or kill himself, because that certainly seems like the trajectory he was on.
Taco Fist, this is
He
fake
told me he had
news.
put a cigarette out on his face.
Taco Fist, you're
before.
falling for fake news. This is literally proven
The Friday
fake.
before, and combined with all the when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags.
Go watch
dime
Tucker
bags
Carlson.
with white residue on them. I'm in them. They were in books, in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there. So I was worried he would die, and I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back, but shock. Shock.
So you flew out of that airport.
Chef Susie, thank you for the membership.
Did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection, relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
overruled.
you.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Golden Stuff, thank you.
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand, and I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, you know. And I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it. And I...
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
The corniest thing I've ever seen. You just see a book walking
So
around
the book,
an
at least from
airport
the subtitles,
that says
that it
how to fix your marriage and you
was
buy it.
a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much.
I think it's because you fell for pretty basic
And
marketing.
it was
You fell for
so
airport
toxic.
book, dude. Airport book.
And for some reason, I couldn't get him to... not hurt me.
You know I missed a flight one time because I fell for airport book? Because I know it's tough.
And it seemed like I was hurting him.
So for some reason you're in an airport and all of a sudden you remember that you like reading
so
books.
much. At least I loved him so much.
I don't know what that is.
And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship. It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me, and I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
So when you got
That's funny,
back to L.A., how long before Mr. Depp came back?
A few days. Johnny came back within a few days. He went to his Sweetser house, the main house, which was what we did. You know, if there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof once, you know, the fight had either paused or ended, depending. But he would go to Sweetser, and I would stay at the ECB.
Abigail, thank you.
And so he went to Sweetser upon landing, and there was some conversations with the medical team, you know, doctors and stuff. And I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
Uh-oh. We might go under half this
really,
time.
Really worried that
New prediction. Do
Johnny
they get
was not going to live through
over
this, that there would be
50%?
infections
Over
or problems
50%
and
objections,
things,
right?
and he wouldn't stop using coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the coke. So
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as the
Foundation.
last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So when did you next communicate? When did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, you know, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step. You know, getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps, and before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the
cocaine
prospective course of him being done with.
Is that an everyday drug
with all
for people?
The drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery.
Is it like a fresh cuppa?
So that made me feel a little, you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
It's rich people's
I'm
coffee.
going to take you to March 23, 2015.
That's crazy.
Which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
If Johnny Depp had pre-workout, he would never do coke again.
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB.
Yeah, one scoop of that shit?
Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom.
Your hands
together
start tingling.
the night of the 22nd.
Like you're magnetized.
Which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you...
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out. And I saw what he was texting.
Please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married. Like upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with. And
what did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out.
I called James Franco. Easy.
I immediately confronted him about it. I was, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which is likely.
They seem like a read each other's text couples. You know what I mean?
I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out.
Read all each other's texts.
I've just been through after having been through what I went through in Australia.
A 50-year-old man?
Just weeks prior, I see this. It was like, unbelievably painful. Unbelievably painful.
So, what did you do?
I'm yelling at him.
Kenneth, thank you.
So just yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, And I just remember being so mad at him for cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments in the ECB are connecting, at least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time. And then you could go from that apartment into penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. Okay. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry.
All right, I'll sustain.
I don't know, that was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Asserted
sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so you went to Whitney's, don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
Johnny comes into penthouse 4 and grabs me. I don't know
Thank you, Ariel.
why. I don't know what he was doing, but at one moment I I'm aware that my sister's somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and he, I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have? The physical connection before that?
Yeah, because you were just at your sister's before.
You know, trying to stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like, all I could do is just try to fight back, or try to not get more hurt than not doing anything would have certainly.
People keep saying he was found guilty in UK court.
I don't really recall specifics. I remember at one point he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. I don't know how we got into. I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet. And I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I use that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him, and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. My understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him,
he lost the trial against the Sun.
I came
in
into Penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was, and I could see him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, was drinking a Red Bull,
pretty similar,
and
case,
screaming
Nathan.
at me, and Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And I said I called him a pussy, and said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And, there's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs. He bolted up the steps, and I don't know how he managed to get his hand in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember this brief struggle we had before we kind of break away. Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first time, hit him. Like, actually hit him.
Not punched.
Square in the face. He didn't push my sister down the stairs.
Oh, Johnny Depp accused to have pushed Kate Moss
And all of
down
my
the
time,
stairs.
all my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I had tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister, and we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
You move out that day if that
Tell the
happens.
jury what you saw the next day.
My sister would not let me be in a relationship
all my
if she saw
clothing
that.
racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Desk,
got it.
everything on my desk wiped off.
They must have divorced
Just
shortly after this, right?
It looked like everything that he could touch, he tried to turn over, destroy, smash, But my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes, there was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015. Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
They were married
December 15th. Yes, we did, but I don't recall.
For 1 year.
I don't recall what started the argument.
In 3 months.
We had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming. I remember him getting on top of me at some point, toppling me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Again, this is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence. but I can't. It's flashes. So I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember at some point trying to flee upstairs, and we had he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight.
This is the second trial she's had to remember
we had some
the
interaction
same stories.
where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs and grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head. And I went down on the stairs, and he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon foyer area. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat. And I hit my head on the brick wall.
I think I make a mogul mail about this. We just covered too much.
I remember
in
I stood up, and I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go. And he did that thing where he's like challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up, get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?"
Bakey, thank you.
Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. Just slammed me right in the nose. Instantly, searing pain.
Was it broken your nose?
It's one of the few memories I have in this long relationship that I actually remember the physical pain in that moment, just searing. And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me? I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room, the neighboring apartment. I remember the door that connected these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent him from dragging me into the room. But I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal. And he wrestles me, drags me up to the bed, throws me down onto the bed. It kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore. I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me. And that he sounded like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me. He sounded like he was almost
that's a pretty fucked up
crying,
story.
or something in his voice was different. He sounded different, he sounded like he was in agony. It was high-pitched and loud. And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still. And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die. He's going to kill me now. And I'm not. He's going to kill me and he won't even have realized it. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream and I couldn't scream. I was suffocating in this pillow top with him holding me down, punching me over and over, and I don't
Like over the pillow?
have any memory after that until I woke up.
When you woke up, was there anyone there?
That's a crazy place to fall asleep.
I remember hearing my best friend's voice. I felt like it came, felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came from everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming from two directions.
Both
And I
ears?
realized that I was sitting on the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed with a really thick wooden frame. And it was broken from his boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was...
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it.
Overruled. Thank you.
Damn.
Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead.
7-Eleven.
And without
And then
saying what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called the nurse, Nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone. I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over those pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor.
I think
all
these
over
are
the
these
place,
pictures,
actually.
yeah?
It was just all over the apartment. He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
This pic.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
Where's the
All
exhibit?
right, 510 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
And could you describe to the jury what that is?
Hair.
It was chunks of my hair that Johnny ripped out while dragging me and punching me.
Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up 513, please? Defendant's 513.
This is
Does
the
this
picture that people think is
accurately
makeup.
depict you in the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 in evidence.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my two black eyes, one is worse than the other. Like I said, maybe a day or two later. And my broken nose.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 514? Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's my face sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 514.
No objection.
514 in evidence. You can publish.
All right. If you could just briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
That's my face. Some time after, and Johnny beat me up.
With a counter, the cross-examination will probably go similar to the UK one, because she was on James Corden's show that same evening, the morning of when she woke up.
Does this accurately portrayed the scene.
So I imagine the cross-examination will be very similar.
Yes.
Going to move the admission of Exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515 before.
But the makeup artist who
515.
did the makeup said she did
No
have
objection to
injuries on her.
515? Okay,
No, Your Honor.
515 in evidence. You can publish.
And what does this depict, Amber? Could you tell the jury?
This is my face. Sometime after.
All right. Let's look at defendants 516, please.
That's how it went in the UK at least a couple years ago when they did a very similar
depicted?
lawsuit.
Amber?
Yes, it does. This
I'd
is maybe.
Wait, let me move it first. May I move the
Sure.
admission
Her nose
of
certainly wasn't
defendants
broken,
Exhibit
yeah, but
516, 'cause
No objection.
516 in evidence?
it could feel like it was broken.
published to the jury, please. Okay, Amber, go ahead and explain what it is.
She looks so much different in this photo.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night after Johnny left me on the bed.
Let's go to 517. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence?
Amber, please describe for the jury what this portrays.
That's my face after this incident.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It kept reopening. You know, it's a mouth. The lips move.
Go to 519.
Look, man, if that husband does that to you, that's unacceptable. 0 questions asked. You should never do that to another person, much less your significant other. But that does not feel like the story that she just told.
Does this accurately
certainly
portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
519 in evidence?
And tell the jury what this shows.
It looks like Photoshop. Oh, you're
This is
dumb as
my lip a
bricks.
few
Then.
days later.
Let's go to defendants 520, please.
Photoshop. Now you're just saying words you've heard before. Do you own Photoshop?
Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520. Is it 521 or 520?
No objection.
520 in evidence? Published?
Can you please tell the jury what's depicted here?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing from when Johnny was dragging me by my hair.
Let's go to defendants 521, please. I don't think that's the same. Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522.
Thank you, Derek, for the membership. Yeah, look, Chad, I agree that it's not, you know,
Does
as
this,
devastating as
accurately
the story
portray the
said,
scene
but
depicted?
if your husband's the one that causes that
It's a
damage,
few days
that's,
later.
that's
Okay.
still terrible, right?
Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
522 in evidence?
And what shows there?
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, I think this is day or so after, maybe.
Chase,
longer.
Joshua, thank
I
you
can't
guys.
Tell, but yes, it does.
Move the admission of 523.
No objection.
523 in evidence.
And I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any, bruising did you sustain in that area?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
What, if any, seems like a catch-all.
What, if any, bruising did you sustain?
Same objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
Oh, shit.
Did you what injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin,
It
my
feels
neck.
so useless to like object because the person still hears you, and so she's like saying the same thing anyway. Like yeah, object all you want, but then right after, where she circles the area and says, "Was there any bruising there?" and you say any injuries, it's like, okay, I get what you want.
Several of the blows. I don't know.
I don't know how that works though.
Let's go to 524.
What's the point of objecting? They're gonna do it anyway.
Does this accurately portray the scene?
The judge
shown?
accounts for it and tells the
Yes.
jury they can't use it.
Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
And what does this show?
It's I had a pretty. Can I touch the screen?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty ugly.
Now let's go to defendants 509. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke
With his boot.
while on top of me.
All right, let's go to defendants 511, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence.
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom. Not the bedroom that I was just talking about.
Y'all really believe in this?
The main bedroom.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking
Part
it's
of
a
the fight that
whole
happened in there,
lot
too.
harder to prove this is a defamation case.
Go to defendants 512, please.
Because it went from obviously Johnny going up first. I mean, she hasn't been cross-examined yet, obviously. We got a lot of time. But I think it went from we only saw Johnny go up.
Accurately portray the scene depicted?
It seemed like she was
that's
abusive. Johnny was very
downstairs in the
chill.
Wait, let me
To
move
now
the
they have a
admission of it.
cringy,
Move the admission of
toxic,
defendants 512, please.
Joker Harley Quinn relationship.
512 in evidence.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay.
So can you prove
Let's go to defendants 525.
specifically that everything she said is defamatory? And done with actual malice? I think it's harder.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
They lost this case in the UK.
And please tell the
Obviously a
jury
bit of a
what this-
different case, but
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen counter
all
that he left on his way out.
all is such bullshit. Is that spaghetti noodles?
And I think defendants 526 is already into evidence. Could you just bring that up?
Yes, 526 is in evidence. Right.
In the UK, he sued the son in a defamation case for
Amber,
calling him a
after-
wife beater.
As of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents, and my sister.
Dude, I miss Christmas.
And we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of
Amelia, thank you for the
this
membership.
night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on
Yeah.
December 16?
She was?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show called The James Corden Show.
It's called The Late Late Show.
After
with
this
James Corden,
happened,
actually.
and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it.
Hex, thank you.
So I can make an
Milk Goo,
appearance.
thank you.
And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray, because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy, matte red lipstick. I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear, and in this occasion we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip. And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but
sustain
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
Damn, she tried to fight the judge.
Okay. And did there come a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually, I did.
Okay. And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was, obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he caused in my experience. He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit.
Who are you for? I feel like going into a court case with
choked,
like
every single
rooting
one
for
of
a
these
team
was
like it's a football game is
like a
fucking
heavy
weird.
coin put into a piggy bank, and you think, okay, well, each
Isn't that
single
the
one of
whole
these
point?
is like,
That you don't go in
Objection,
rooting
Your
for a
Honor.
team?
Non-responsive.
I think it's responsive, yeah.
The question was, with whom did you go?
If we could ask the question.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
Look, a bunch of you just being cringe, and you should just make your Johnny Depp
I
fan
guess I was
cam and
trying
move
to
on.
explain,
Go ahead.
that it just after you think each one of these is it's almost like for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. It's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to, and then before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy, you can't leave. For every single time I went back or allowed him back after this sort of thing would happen, I lost a piece of myself, a piece of my self-confidence, my trust in myself to leave and move on. I lost fortifications, I lost myself, and it was somehow easier to stay. I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved. So I put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment and hope and future, and I forgive him. It wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again. Clean and sober once again. This time was the last time, because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse.
I think
And
it's
part of
almost
me
wrapped
thought
up for the
maybe
day.
it just needed to get this bad to get, now we can't go back. There's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it was going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me again. he'd rather die than do that, is what he was saying. And I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go.
Yeah, there's
After
a big
few days
ass
of
break
having
after
the plane
today.
and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on. They were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually, I got in the car with Johnny, and we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays, and what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
What outcome would I prefer? The one that's the most truthful?
Towards the end of the trip, the trip itself was pretty nice, but towards the end, he started drinking again. Started with wine, and we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off, I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that. And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with, because they made a huge difference in my life. So if I knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him, and he's nodding off, and every single time he kind of like nods off, he dumps this glass of wine.
I'm in this weird zone where I can't stop watching this all, but I feel dirty and gross watching it.
Times.
I think you're the most normal person in chat.
Whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it like a little weighted. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on
Plus
the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just had promised that it was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And the third time this happens, I jump up. I already changed my pants twice. And I jumped up and I shout at Johnny, like, what are you doing? Or, Johnny, you spill on me again, something to that effect. And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It explains what's coming.
Give you a good approach. I just don't know.
The objection counter. I gave up on it. I think they're crushing, though. Pretty sure Johnny Depp's daughter didn't even go to their wedding because she was beefing with Amber Heard. Don't know what about. Probably that Johnny Depp was cheating on the mother of his kids with Amber Heard. And they got separated. You see the part of her testimony that was from The Talented Mr. Ripley? She stole lines from the movie. Sam Jim, I'm pretty sure unless you personally can go off and find the video of both, that is fake news. And you're grasping at straws
Jack
or unable to
says,
parse honest information.
Are you okay, or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say to Jack, but really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. To make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I kind of say this in a pointed way at Jack, thanking him for offering. And I get up, go to the closet, take off the pants that have just been ruined, and Johnny comes into the closet right after me and slams me up against the side of the closet And I mean, just with clarity, with holding my neck, he said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that in front of his kids again. If I ever embarrass him, and he just shoved me at embarrassed. If I ever embarrass you, if you ever embarrass me again in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or I don't really recall having an awareness of where he was at this point, but I leave the closet, go into the bathroom, which is right next to it, and he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him, "Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again," or "I hate you," or something in response, you know, just something, so that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag. And I kind of like get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the bathroom with me. And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door, or if he just shut it. But again, bangs me up against the wall.
How has any of today been relevant for a defamation case? Because her article is about how he abused her.
Just grabbed my vagina, like, I was wearing this peach, kind of like netted kind of style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit out of the way, and just kind of held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?" Just kind of taunting me while jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, not just like teasing me. You know, like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough, now what? Now what?" I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room, or he went into the room. I don't know who went into the main room first. I just remember his hand landing on the back of my, at some point, shoulder, neck area. I remember trying to get him off of me. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do remember I knew I needed to get away from him. At some point, I ran. I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio.
Look, where I'm at, one, this is much, much more uncomfortable to listen to the entire day today. But two, even though I still feel like the burden of proof shows that she abused Johnny Depp, it sucks that I think that, and then also people like this think that are like, "Oh, did you see that where Amber Heard was actually posing for a photo for the media, and she was blowing her nose and then saw the camera and then held it in her nose, and then she's such a fivehead that she wanted to be seen as more of a victim?" When it's like, I mean, if she's that fucking smart, then why would she not notice a camera that's right in front of her and not do that? So it's like you know, she's using a line from the talented Mr. Ripley and copying Johnny Depp's outfits, and that's why she's actually trying to manipulate everyone. And it's like, fuck. Like, reasonably, from everything I've seen, I feel like Johnny Depp has more proof that he was abused and mistreated, but her stories aren't fun to listen to, and if are true, are devastating. And then I also have a bunch of fucking dumbasses who think the same thing. So it's like,
lights. I remember separating from him, or them kind of running up and saying something.
She's
and
clever, but not that
separating
clever.
us.
If she was that clever, then she would have
And,
known there was a live camera on her at all times. And that, you know what I mean?
I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening, is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
Is that the end of?
Yeah, this is a good breaking point.
Yes.
All
right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can just stay there for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking, again, this is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be seeing you until May 16th. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the remainder of the case will progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get you the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is, starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30, so I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay? The other thing I need from you is Friday, May 27th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments, and the case is going to be turned over to you for deliberations on that day, okay? So I wanted to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do. Now I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our
6 a.m. here.
The responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case? All right, so you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, etc., or any similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do
Purely
any research.
focusing on defamation part, I believe Johnny's right. They're both abusers and both victims, but Johnny's the only one who had to bear the consequences of being an abuser. Well, I think that's obviously just reversed from this trial alone. But outside of that, you have to prove more than that. You have to prove that what she said was false and then knowingly false, which if they're both abusers, what she's saying isn't false. But even if she's leaving out the truth, then that's okay. You have to prove that she did that with actual malice, which I think is difficult. I don't know. Unless there is a shit ton of evidence in the cross-examination, I think they'd be fucking pressed to prove that it was all defamatory. I think it'd be very hard to prove it was defamatory, as it stands. Probably Malaysian, maybe Indonesian. No, Matang. It's Malaysian, right? Was I right? Did I guess that? Spotty? That's Malaysian. Damn. Okay, that's sick. I'm recognizing Malaysian. Taiping. Oh shit. There's. Oh no, I was right. Oh, look at that. Great guess. I found Taiping. Defamation's incredibly hard to prove in the U.S. It is incredibly hard to prove in the U.S., yeah. Driving on the left, stop sign. Sun is in the southern hemisphere. We're in the north. Are we driving on the left, actually? Maybe that's a cap. Maybe that's a cap. Yeah, it's a cap. We're driving on the right. I think we're in Hungary. I'm going to get super far east Hungary. In the Geoguessr video, Northern Line, you were a half a block away. Oh, good guess. From my apartment in Uruguay. That's insane. That's insane, Walmart. Seems like Bangladesh. Maybe Japan, actually. Could be Korea. A lot of rice fields. I feel like it's Korea. I haven't seen text, though. Ooh, never mind. Could be Taiwan. Could be Bhutan. It could be Bhutan. No! I mean, it's just shit. Taiwan, right? I'm just gonna go with Taiwan. Okay, it was. I was overthinking it. It's always West Taiwan. I agree, but I've never seen those rice fields. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, where the hell are we? We're in the southern hemisphere, and we're driving on... the right side of the road. Do I... What? Do I dare go like Argentina? I think I dare. Okay, Uruguay. New Zealand? No, Netherlands. No, UK. No. It's a heel round. I'm going to end stream in a little bit here. Probably in like the next 10-15 minutes, because we're gonna go live tonight with Atrioc. Oh, UK drives on the left. We're in Vienna, Austria. Me and Big A are going to go over the thumbnails that people sent in for the Top Gun contest. How do they not lose off that? I'm going to go with Finland. No, I'm not. I'm going to go with Hungary. Because it wasn't enough damage. I guess you got me there. It was Finland! I had it and I switched. What time will we go live? Probably like 6:37. How is that Vienna so quick? Oh, no! Okay, all right. Full focus here, fellas. Full focus. We are in the great nation of France. What the hell are you even guessing? It's Greek, right? Okay, they went Ohio. Yeah. They snapped Ohio. Yeah. Northern Hemisphere motorcycle driving on the right side of the road. Yellow license plates. Give me the Netherlands. Okay. Left side of the road, likely Ireland. Let's double check the sun. We are in the northern hem. Let's go Ireland. There we go. Easy W's. I'm hot today. Ooh. Italy? No. Norway? Denmark? I mean, canals, the only place I can think of. Yeah, okay, it's definitely... It's Amsterdam, right? No, is it? Oh, what? France? There's no way. Unless there is a way. No, it's just the French consulate. Copenhagen, Denmark. Missed that sign there. I've never been to Copenhagen. One mile away, I'll take it. Lago Marismo. Big ass town. Car. Not European. Spanish. Pare. Let me see that bus. The bus went away. Shit. Maybe this is South America. Argentina. 510. It's a huge city. So I just guessed Buenos Aires. It was actually Chile. How? Why did it say Argentina? That bus lied. Okay, somewhere in Europe. That's a bad park job. Nice Alfa Romeo, though. Pretty narrow streets here. Couple of white folks. Blurred out building. Probably Switzerland, I had to guess here. I might take a stab. I would love one little piece of text. No rush. That says stop in English. That's interesting. Maybe one street sign. Just one. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. No street signs? Oh. Horzar. Slovakia. I don't think I get Slovakia. Skoda Zeshekar. Bangladesh. And it's not even close. I'm gonna go to Camilla. Love that. That should be a win. I mean, maybe I just go till I lose here. We've won like 3. If I win one more here, I get gold. Oh, okay. I think if we beat this guy, we get 8 points, we get gold. If I had to guess Brazil, we're driving on the right? We're driving on the left? Okay, let's go South Africa. But that seems like it's... Oh, it's driving on the left. Okay, let's go South Africa. It was South Africa. They went with Venezuela, which was interesting. It was actually Eswatini. Not bad. Driving on the right, Eastern European, maybe actually South American. No, for sure Eastern European. I see one letter that's a Z, so I'm going to go Slovakia, because it's either the Czech Republic or something over here. And I want to go in the middle. Turns out it's Latvia. I don't think I'm ever getting that. Driving on the right, sun is in the southern hemisphere. We're in the north, or sun's in the south or in the northern hemisphere. Roundabout, France, I would think. Yes, Bordeaux. That is in France. Where in France, though? There it is. So Bordeaux is to our north, which means I assume we are maybe right here. I wonder if I can find a roundabout. Let's not get greedy. Okay, even further south. We were closer, though. What the heck? Bro, what was that? We're driving on the right. A couple tuk-tuks. I mean, it must be Sri Lanka. Right? Oh, maybe it's Cambodia. It was not. It was Laos. I was like, there's no way in hell there's English in Sri Lanka. So I got really confused. I'll take a gold all day. All right, one more just to prove we deserve gold. How do you know if you're driving on the right or backwards? How many people are doing it? If it's one car, it could be driving backwards. If it's 3 cars, there's no way. There's no way. Probably France, yeah? No. The Netherlands? Luxembourg. Belgium? Okay, it is the Netherlands. But I'm gonna guess real south. I was wrong. It was real north. Bummer. Okay, this is a bronze level player, and they found out that was the Netherlands. This is gonna be a bit of a tough one. Do I dare go Laos again? It was Sri Lanka! It's always Sri Lanka, man. UK? Jersey, maybe? Luxembourg. That makes sense. They speak French in Jersey. That wasn't a crazy guess, you know? We're in Japan. Seems mountainous enough. I don't know. I'll go Nagoya. Just outside of Nagoya. It was even further left. Totori. This guy's lighting me up in the marketplace of ideas. I hate this. Cars are European. Bulgaria. If this guy gets Bulgaria, this dude... Okay, he fails. But I understand why he went Latvia. So I think he's smurfing. Because I thought about a Baltic region. There's no way this guy's bronze. Okay, European. Polish? Czech? It was Czech. But I got a little closer because I thought it might have been Czech, so I went closer. Okay. Shit. Seems French. What? What a throw. I don't understand that. Occasionally, French cars have blue on each side of the license plate, and I thought it was only in Italy and Albania. Isn't that North Macedonia? Gotta know your flags, man. Shit. Could be Indonesia, could be Malaysia. I'm kind of 50-50 between the two right now. Japan. I don't know which part of this is an address and which part is it. Oh God. We both went Indonesia. I think I was close enough. For the win, baby! Oh, stressful. Do you think Johnny versus Amber was worse than Subathon chat? God, no. All right, last one. Oh, this is a tough opponent. Shriek. Wow, this is a weird... Oh, wait. We're in Malta. Spot on, dude. Spot on. All right, seems like Europe. Okay. I think I know where I am now. Bit of a giveaway there with that sign. Svenska. Slovakia, unfortunately, was right side. I could have gotten closer. Still, points off is points off. Can't be mad. Northern Hem. Not a European car. This one's tough. I got no... I couldn't even tell you the continent. Woo! Zero idea. Greece? Zero idea. Right side of the road. We are in the northern hemisphere. Cambodia? Oh shit, it could have been Brazil. This guy's going so fucking fast. This guy's going so fast. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. He must live there? Maybe we get him on this one. He fucking bangs dead on again. Okay, we got him. Actually, we got him a bit there. Okay, good guess. Beat him again. It seems like check, but it's so water that it can't be. But if it's not check... The only other time I remember it... Slovenia. No. An island in the middle of Croatia. I don't think I've ever guessed Croatia. I think they're just a normal player, chat. I don't think they're cheating. It seems like an Italian car. Maybe an Albanian car. I can't tell. Why are all the license plates perfectly blurred? Fuck. Oh, dude, I thought it was Bulgaria. Woo! I was still further off. That was terrifying. I thought I saw a Bulgarian flag. I don't know what that flag is, though. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hey, hats off to my opponent. GG's. A great game was played. You're going to guess in the next 3 seconds. There it is. And I have no fucking clue where I am. I mean, Philippines? I'm just gonna go Thailand because it's safer. Oh, it was Sri Lankan. I was closer. Oh, the kill shot! Alright, alright. Hey, you know what? 5 in a row. I'll leave on that one. I'll leave on that one, boys. That feels good, man. Oi, 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 oi. All right, boys. I am ending stream. I'll be back live in 4 hours or so. Only Use Me Blade wants you to go on his RV vlog. Only Use Me Blade is a fucking weirdo. Absolutely not. I don't know if there's a universe that I ever even consider.